Bill Reinhardt present.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. Thank y'all again for your anticipated cooperation. Don't make any noises, distractions, outbursts of any type. Nobody has done that, and I appreciate that very much. And thank you for continuing in that regard. Looks like everybody's in place. We ready for the jury?
Before we do that,
Okay.
I just wanted to talk about one evidentiary issue that came up yesterday.
Okay.
I researched it and I just want to make sure it doesn't come up again today so that we don't have to interrupt and object. The state asked, in particular Ms. Bullington, would it surprise you to learn, and then said a statement, particularly in this instance, a statement by Karen O'Neill.
Yeah, who did see the car? Wasn't that the line of questioning?
That's another additional line of questioning. Yes.
Okay.
But
right,
they asked several questions.
Would it surprise
you to learn?
that?
And then
Yeah.
they said the hearsay statement. Or do you recall? And then they said the hearsay statement. Judge, those are not admissible. It's still hearsay because unless the declarant is available for cross-examination. And so yesterday with Ms. Bullington specifically, they asked, would it surprise you to learn that Ms. O'Neill, my client's mother, came off of his bond? Or are you aware that she came off of his bond? That is hearsay. She is not available to testify. She is, as far as I understand, I mean, we don't have her. The state hasn't called her, so that's hearsay. And Tran versus State specifically says that that's improper for the prosecution to do that, and that's at 340 Georgia App, 546. It's a 2017 case, and it's the exact same types of questions. And so we just wanted to make sure that didn't happen today, that there's no cross-examination about would it surprise you to learn, and then they say the hearsay statement, or do you recall, and then they say the hearsay statement.
340 what?
340 Georgia App, 546. It's a 2017 case. In that case, it said it's improper for the prosecution to do that, but it's hearsay. And unless the declarant is available, it's hearsay for them to admit those statements that way. And I just didn't want to be in a position where I had to continue to object to that.
She's, I don't know who she is or where she is.
I'm sorry?
Is she a local person?
Who?
This declarant you were talking about.
Oh, that's his mother.
Right? Is
Right.
She's under subpoena.
Okay.
But she hasn't testified. And so, for example, I asked the GBI agent about Maria Hewlett and her testimony, and they objected to hearsay, and that was sustained, and we actually are bringing her as a witness. But if they are going in a position where they cross-examine our witnesses and admit hearsay statements, that's improper. And even if they say, would it surprise you, and then admit the hearsay statement, it's still improper. It's still hearsay unless that declarant has been subject to cross-examination. The state has rested, so they're not subject to cross-examination. We just don't want that to arise today, and we don't want to be in a position where we have to
What's the
object.
name of that case?
Tran versus State, TRAN.
340 appeals, 546.
546, yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at that.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. Anything from the state? Ask the jury to join us, Ms. Watkins. Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for being here again on time. Back to work this morning. As you recall, the defense was calling some witnesses yesterday. So, Mr. Merchant, any other witnesses?
Yes, the defense called Maria Woods.
All right, Maria Woods, please. Ms. Wood, good morning. Before you're seated, please give your attention there to Mr. Merchant. He'll swear you in and direct your testimony.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. And
Please be seated. You can be seated. Thanks.
can you state your name for the jury, please?
It's Maria Woods,
And what were you known as prior to that?
Maria Hewlett,
And can you tell me what your relationship was with Tara Grinstead?
and she is my best friend.
How long have you known Miss Grinstead?
14, 15, we've known each other forever, but since we were born, but 14, 15 years, we were best friends.
And so were you familiar with her daily habits and routines?
Yes,
Were you familiar with the inside of her home?
yes,
Back in October of 2005, when she went missing, were you asked by the GBI to give a statement?
yes,
Okay. Were you truthful in that statement?
yes,
And were you also asked to walk through Miss Grinstead's home to see if anything was missing?
yes,
Okay. And when you did that, were you also truthful with the GBI about what you thought was missing?
yes,
So knowing Miss Grinstead the way you did, were you familiar with how she kept her car?
yes.
And can you tell the jury what her habit was with her door locks with her car?
Oh, she always locked her doors. No ceiling wherever else we were.
So would it be unusual if her car doors were unlocked?
To me, it would, yes.
And to your knowledge, did she normally lock her door from the inside when she was home at night?
Yes.
Now I don't know that anybody asked you this, but when you went to the home, when did you first go to her home after she went missing?
Monday morning.
So did you actually walk into her home Monday morning?
Yes.
How long were you there?
Probably an hour. I don't know for sure.
And did the inside of the house look normal?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, there were a few things that were off to me, but yeah, for the most part, it was.
And I think, are you talking about the litter box?
Well, no, just, I mean, many things, because considering what she was doing, and I knew she was doing Saturday, I mean, it looked pretty normal.
Did it look consistent with a whole bunch of girls getting ready for a pageant in there?
Yeah, you could tell she had jewelry out placed where they could pick it out, and you could tell she'd gone through some of her stuff, maybe to share with them or show them things.
And would that also include the drawers in her bedroom?
Objection, Judge Leading.
Would that include the drawers in her bedroom?
Overrule that.
Yeah.
Her car, did you notice if she had any mud on the tires or around the tires on her car?
No, I didn't.
So let's turn to when you went in to see if anything was missing. Do you recall who was with you?
There were several people there. Mr. Joe was there. Bill Bars, I think is his name. I'm not real sure of everybody else.
And what was the purpose of you walking around inside the house on that second time?
When I first got there on Monday morning,
No, the next time when you went in to look.
I think just to look around to see if I thought that there was anything missing.
When you did that, were you able to determine if there was anything missing?
Well, the only things that I could find were some shoes that she and I both had a pair of, and I couldn't find those. And I know the week before that she was keeping them behind the door. And then she had just a regular pair of black yoga pants that she wore in bed, out of bed, just wherever, and we couldn't find those.
So how did you describe those yoga pants to the GBI?
Black yoga pants. I mean, maybe I didn't use yoga pants, but just black, stretchy, like workout pants.
How often did she wear those, though?
I mean, it was just kind of like her lounge pants. Like, you go in the house and change into clothes. A lot of times she put those on.
And the sneakers that you said were missing, how can you describe them for the jury?
Yeah, they're like New Balance tennis shoes, but half of the part was tennis shoes, and then you slid your foot in them. They're just very odd shoes, and they were tan with like some rainbow colored stripes on the side.
And were you present when she bought those shoes?
Yes, and she got them, and I thought they were ugly at first, and then I decided I wanted some. So she and I had the same pair. That's why they'd stick out to me.
Okay, so that's why it was noticeable to you
Yes.
as missing? All right. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination, Ms. Hart?
Thank you, Judge.
No, ma'am. It had been over a week since you had been to Tara's home. Is that right?
Yeah.
And in fact, it had been close to 2 weeks.
Probably about 10 days, yeah.
But you had seen her after that. Is that right? So how long had it been since you'd seen her when she was murdered?
About 7 days.
And on that particular day, y'all went shopping, I believe. Is that right? Sorry, you have to respond yes.
Yes.
Or a court reporter, or no. And y'all went shopping. Was it at the Tanger outlet headed to Atlanta?
Yes.
Now, the shoes that you talked about, her New Balance, like slide-on sneakers, is that basically what we're talking about? Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And no, and I don't mean to be rude. We just
No,
have
you're
to.
right. I'm sorry. I got you.
We all do it, trust me. Even me. So those particular shoes, how long had she had those?
Probably a 3 or 4 weeks.
And you don't have any knowledge as to whether or not she loaned them out to somebody, is that right?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that. I wouldn't be surprised.
So that was going to be my next question. In fact, it was very common for her to loan things, especially to her pageant girls.
Oh, absolutely. If they needed it, she would give it to them. If a student needed it, she would give it to them. So.
And the black yoga pants that you were referencing, I understood you to say that she slept in those frequently. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wouldn't surprise you if when she got home from the pageant and the barbecue that night that she, in fact, put those yoga pants on?
Yes.
Wouldn't surprise you if she was wearing those yoga pants when she was murdered?
No.
Now, defense counsel asked you about the lock or whether or not she was in the habit of locking her door from the inside. And I believe your response was that she was. Is that correct?
She was.
And were you familiar with when she had the top lock installed in her house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, they're actually defense exhibits 1 and 3. May I approach those? Sure. They're kind of hard to see on the Elmo, so I'm going to show it to you here because they're dark. Can you see what we refer to as the top lock in these pictures?
Yeah.
Which exhibits are these, please?
Defense 1 and 3.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
And that top lock, she had that installed based on your insistence. Is that right?
Yeah, after some things happened in the spring of the same year, yes.
And that particular, one of the reasons you wanted her to get that lock was because you were familiar with the fact that her regular door lock could be opened with a credit card. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that because she had to do that herself at times. Is that right?
We had to do that a couple of times.
Okay. And why was it that you, along with her, had to use a credit card to open her door?
We locked her keys in the car, we locked her keys into the house a couple of times.
And that's the wrong one. If I do this correctly, you should be able to see it on the screen in front of you here in just a moment.
Want some water?
Yes, that would be great.
Get some water, please, Ms. Watkins. Thank you.
Okay, and do you see on the screen in front of you that states Exhibit 76? Mm-hmm. Do you recognize that as her door?
Yes.
And again, this is the door specifically that we're talking about that she was able to open with a credit card? This
Yes.
handle?
Yes.
Okay, this lock. This top lock is the one that she installed after you encouraged her to get an extra lock.
Right.
Okay. Now, when we spoke about this the other day, do you recall telling me that there may have been a reason that or let me ask this differently. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether on the evening of October 22nd, 2006, Tara Grinstead locked that particular top lock?
Can I say that again?
On October 22nd of 2005, can you tell this jury that you know that Tara Grinstead actually locked or used
Oh,
this
no.
top lock? Okay. And for that matter, you don't actually know that on that night when she got home, she locked the bottom lock either, do you?
Oh, no. It wouldn't, yeah, no, I don't know.
What were you about to say?
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if she locked the bottom and that's it. You could pop it right open, so.
Okay. And when we were speaking about that the other night, do you recall telling me that it would not be unusual for Tara to not use the top lock if she was expecting company?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I don't want to go too far into this, but being her best friend, were you familiar with some of her relationships at the time?
Yes.
And were you familiar with some of her relationships that other persons did not know about?
Yes.
To be fair, were you familiar with her relationship at the time with Anthony Vickers?
Well, from what I knew, the information I knew, yes. I don't think it was everything, but yes.
Okay. Since she went missing, and of course her entire life has been torn apart, have you learned of things that you were not familiar with involving her relationship with Anthony Vickers?
Yes.
Okay. And to clarify, are you a teacher as well?
Yes.
And as a teacher, if you had known that even your best friend as a teacher was having a relationship with a student, is that something by law you would have had to report?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Tara ever admit to you having a relationship with a student?
No.
Okay. However, you were familiar with the situation that occurred in which he came to her house when Heath Dykes was there, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And since that time, having learned about the continued communication she had with Anthony Vickers after March of 2005, do you have the belief that there were things going on that she was not telling you about involving Anthony Vickers?
There probably was.
Okay. So then all of that leads me to, do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not she intended to have company that evening?
No, I don't.
Okay. Defense counsel asked you about her car. Were you familiar with the fact that others had already been into her car by the time you got there that morning?
I did not know that.
Okay. And if others had gone into the car to look for her in the trunk or for items in the vehicle, would that, let me ask this differently. If you're not familiar with the fact that other people went to her vehicle that morning, obviously you're not familiar with what her vehicle was actually like when they first got there. Is that right?
Right, I don't.
And even in this picture that we have, State's Exhibit 76, in fact, there's keys in her front door, correct?
Right.
And you're familiar with the fact that inside her residence, they did find, I guess, a spare key to her car?
Right.
And so by the time you got there, her car was unlocked, correct?
It was.
But you have no idea whether or not Mr. Harper, who has now passed away, is the one that actually unlocked that car.
No, I don't know. My main concern was getting in the house.
Okay. And on that note, you actually went into the house before the GBI got there that evening, is that right?
Yes.
You talked about that there were some things that looked out of place to you. And I'm not going to go through everything. But in her bedroom specifically, were there things that seemed to you out of place besides the fact that she had had girls in and out of her room?
Yes, her alarm clock was not, it was plugged up, but underneath her bed, and it was blinking like 12.
Okay.
So I thought that was odd. And her phone was like very neatly placed on the corner of the,
Do you mean the cell phone?
Her cell phone, yeah.
Cell phone. And the clock that you're talking about, again, for our folks in the jury who may have never had an actual alarm clock that plugs in.
it's just like a small Timex little, you plug it up. It's just probably $10 at Walmart. And she just had that. That's her alarm clock. So it was still plugged up underneath the bed, like it had slid up underneath the bed.
And you said it was blinking 12.
Yes.
So let me ask you this, again, for those who may not be familiar, those types of alarm clocks, if you unplugged them, when you plugged them back in, did they go back to the right time?
No.
Would they blink 12 or be off?
Until you fix it.
Until you fix it.
Right.
Okay. And you have never heard the name Bo Dukes before the arrest in 2017, is that correct?
No.
You'd never heard the name Ryan Duke before his arrest in 2017?
No.
And other than the fact that there were a pair of shoes and her black yoga pants missing, you don't have any knowledge of anything else missing from that house, is that correct?
No.
And again, you have no knowledge of what she was actually wearing that evening after she came home?
No. When was this picture taken?
This particular picture?
Uh-huh.
The
Those are the shoes right there.
Those are the shoes? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure. So I can't testify or I can't tell you when that was taken. The jurors will have to know. So we'll talk when you're off the stand. But
Okay.
those are the shoes in the picture?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen this picture.
Okay. Okay. So those are the actual New Balance shoes that we're talking about that had the back.
Yeah, and that's where she kept them.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Mercer? Ready, Brett? Okay.
Ma'am, before Ms. Hart spoke to you a few days ago, when was the last time any lawyer for the state reached out to you?
I talked to the victim's advocate back in October, September, whenever the other trial was going to happen, and then before that, it's been years.
Were you asked to testify in this case?
By you?
And Ms. Grinstead's habit when she left the house, did she normally lock the door behind her?
Yes.
And her car keys, where did she normally keep those?
In her pocketbook.
And when she went out, did she normally take her pocketbook with her?
I mean, if we went somewhere and went shopping, yes, but like if we were just running to the store, sometimes no.
And would it have been common, or it wouldn't be unusual for her to leave later at night?
It's not. I mean, it's not uncommon for her to, no.
And did she sometimes go out in more casual clothes at night?
Yes.
And would that include the black pants we've talked about?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any further, Ms. Hart?
Would you expect her to go out barefoot?
Ma'am?
If she was going somewhere, would you expect her to go without her shoes on?
Oh, no. She would have had those.
All right, Ms. Woods, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. The only thing I'll ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this morning with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls Ryan Duke.
All right. All right, good morning, sir. Before you're seated, please give your attention to Mr. Gibbs. He'll swear you in and direct your testimony.
Mr. Duke, you swear the testimony you're going to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Please be seated, sir.
If you would, please state your full name for the record and for the jury.
Ryan Alexander Duke.
Mr. Duke, did you murder Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
Did you break into her home on October 22nd or 23rd, 2005?
No, sir, I did not.
Have you ever been inside her home at any point in your life?
No, sir, I hadn't.
Did you ever have a sexual relationship with Miss Grinstead?
I did not.
Did you ever strike Miss Grinstead?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever choke Miss Grinstead?
No, sir, I've never choked anyone.
Have you ever been inside Miss Grinstead's car?
No, sir, I have not.
Did you ever take a pair of gloves or a glove to Miss Grinstead's home?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see Miss Grinstead's body after she died?
I did.
Where did you see it?
In the pecan orchard.
Did somebody take you to the body?
They did.
Who took you to the body?
Bo Dukes.
Did Bo Dukes tell you that he killed Tara Grinstead?
He did.
Do you know how Miss Grinstead died?
I do not.
Were you asked to help dispose of her body?
I was.
Who asked you to do that?
Bo Dukes.
Did you help Bo Dukes move Miss Grinstead's body in the orchard?
I did.
Were you afraid that he'd hurt you or your family if you told anyone about it?
I was.
Is that why you didn't come forward prior to February of 2017?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a step back. I want to talk a little bit about your life leading up to October of 2005.
Yes, sir.
So, where were you born, Mr. Duke?
I was born in Greenhill County, Dormley Medical Center.
And what are your parents' names?
Karen O'Neill and Fred Duke.
And has your dad, since passed away?
He has.
Were your parents married, divorced?
They divorced when I was 2 or 3 years old.
Did you live with your mom and your dad growing up?
Let me ask both of you gentlemen, please, to speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you live with your mom or your dad when you were growing up?
I lived with my grandparents up until I was 12, 13. Then I lived with my mom. Then I split time between them and my dad.
And was that here in the area?
Yes, sir.
Did your mom, did she eventually get remarried?
Yes, sir.
And who'd she marry?
William O'Neill.
You mentioned that you lived with your dad. Where was that? Where'd you live with him at?
Greene County, Georgia, Greensboro.
Did you attend school up there at all?
I did. I attended middle school.
Did either of your parents have any substance abuse issues when you were growing up?
My mom did.
It goes to his state of mind, his general upbringing, just what his experiences were as a person growing up.
Which is irrelevant.
Let me ask you to rephrase that. I sustained.
Did anyone in your family drink while at home?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
My mom.
Objection, Judge. Irrelevant. He's talking about things that occurred when he was younger. It's irrelevant.
How's that?
I'll move on. Where'd you go to high school, Mr. Duke?
I went to Irwin County High School.
Did you play sports in high school?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
It's, again, just sort of filling out Mr. Duke's character. These are basic background questions, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I did some my senior year. I had worked as soon as I was able to work.
So did you have a job?
I did.
Where'd you work?
Harvey's, the local grocery store.
Here in Ocilla?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a girlfriend at any point in high school?
I did.
And did you have a good group of friends?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who were some of those friends that you spent time with in high school here in Ocilla?
Dion Smith, Kristen Daniels, Stephen Giddens, Robert Upton.
What about Bo Dukes? Was he a friend of yours in high school?
We didn't start hanging out till my senior year.
Tell me about Bo.
I don't have much good to say.
How would you, let me ask you this. Did Bo have a good reputation among your group of friends?
I don't think so.
What was his reputation among your group of friends?
He would cause scenes. He just show out just to kind of make anybody, to make a scene, to make other people uncomfortable.
Was he considered a trustworthy person?
No.
Did he ever say things that were weird or out of the ordinary, that maybe dark things?
Yes, he did.
Did he do that with some frequency?
Yes,
You know anything about Bo's family?
I do.
Is his family well known in the Osceola area?
Yes, sir. I think everybody knows him.
Did you know his grandpa?
I didn't personally.
Did you know anything significant about his grandpa?
Bo talked a lot about the things his.
Anything Bo said would be hearsay, Judge.
And I'll rephrase the question. Were you aware of his grandpa's occupation?
Yes, he was a state senator for 20 plus years, I think.
Were you aware of any significant legislation or other political acts that he accomplished during his tenure?
He got funding to start the GBI. He got funding for the tech school and other works in the counties.
What year did you graduate high school?
2002.
Did you go to college after high school?
I spent a year ABAC.
And how'd you do in college at ABAC?
Not great.
How'd you do your first semester?
I did okay the first semester. The second, I just wavered.
Is there anything particular that I guess impacted you when you were at ABAC? Anything?
Well, I'd rather party and go out and do my schoolwork.
So you said you stayed in college for about a year. How'd you end your time in college?
I withdrew.
And was that a voluntary decision?
It was.
And so if you stayed there about a year, I guess, did you leave ABAC in about spring, summer 2003?
Yes, sir.
Where did you live when you were in college at ABAC?
I stayed at home.
With, who did you live with?
It was my parents, or my mom and my stepdad.
And where did you live? What part? Was it in Osceola, Tifton?
It was in Pleasure Lake in the rural county, Irwin County.
Once you withdrew from college, where'd you work? What'd you do?
I got a job at Stewart Finance. It's a small loan company. They had offices all over the state.
And what office did you work out of?
The Valdosta office.
And what job did you have at Stewart Finance?
It was debt collection.
Did you start that job, I guess, was it shortly after you left ABAC?
Yes, sir.
So it was probably about the summer, June, July of 2003?
Yes, sir. That'd be about right.
And did you enjoy that job?
No, sir, not particularly.
Why didn't you like that job?
Well, it's hard to collect debt. Anybody that's ever had to done it, you have to. Sometimes you have to repossess people's property.
How'd you feel about doing that?
I wasn't very good at it. I didn't enjoy it.
Did you feel sorry for some of the people you had to repossess things from?
How could this possibly be relevant?
It's, again, just building character, Your Honor, talking about his general character.
I sustain that.
Okay. When you were working at Stewart Finance, where did you live?
When I started, I was commuting back and forth. I was still at home. Then I moved to Valdosta.
And when you moved to Valdosta, did you have any roommates?
I did.
And who were those roommates?
Hank McMahan and Bo Dukes.
And did you guys party a lot when you were living in Valdosta?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys drink?
Yes, sir. They both were either in school, or no, Hank was in school, and that's all Bo did was,
Did anyone do any drugs?
Yes, sir.
What drugs did folks do?
It was marijuana and cocaine.
And when your job at Stewart Finance, was that a full-time or part-time job?
It was full-time.
How long did you work at Stewart Finance? When did you stop working there?
It was about a year, about that next summer.
So this would have been about summer 2004?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do after you ended your job at Stewart Finance?
That's when I went into the Army.
And when did you join the Army? Was that in the summer, fall of 2004?
It was, I think I went and signed up in the summer, and I started in the fall of that year of 2004.
Were you dating anyone at the time that you started, well, when you joined the Army?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who was that?
It was Lindsay Ross McMahan.
Were you dating her while you were in basic training in the Army?
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate with each other during basic training?
Yes, sir. Phone calls when you got a break and letters mostly.
Why did you join the Army?
I thought it'd be good for me to be part of something bigger than myself. You know, I thought that would kind of give me direction.
When you joined the Army, did you have the opportunity to pick a job?
Yes, sir. You pick your job before you go into basic.
And what job did you pick?
I picked the one with the biggest bonus, the infantry.
And you say biggest bonus, I guess there was was it like a signing bonus?
Yes, sir.
How did basic training go for you?
The physical aspect, I've always enjoyed that. Other than that, I had a hard time.
What part about it did you struggle with any part of it?
Yes, sir. It was the mental aspect of it, the readiness to use violence.
How did you feel about the violence that came with the job once you're in basic training?
I wasn't sure I was capable of violence.
Did you have any veterans as your instructors while you were in basic training?
We did, and we had, you do course training, and a lot of the course trainers had just come back from deployment.
And did they tell any stories about when they were serving?
Yes, sir, they did.
And did any of those stories impact you in any way?
They did.
And how did those stories impact you?
It made me think I wasn't capable, or I wouldn't be able to do what was necessary.
Did you think you'd be able to kill somebody if it came down to it?
No, sir.
Did you ever hunt growing up?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever own a gun?
No, sir.
To this day, have you ever killed an animal yourself?
No, sir.
So did you make it through basic training?
I did.
Was there like a graduation ceremony?
There was, yes, sir.
And did your girlfriend Lindsay, did she come to the graduation?
Yes, sir. She came with my mom and my stepdad.
Did you get a break or anything like that after the graduation?
Yes, sir. It was right at Christmas and New Year's, so we got a 2-week break before I'd signed up for additional training. So I would go back, report back in January.
And did you see any friends over the break, 2004?
I did.
Where did you see those friends at?
Bo invited me to a party out at the orchard.
And is this the same orchard that we talked about earlier that's been talked about in this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did anything out of the ordinary happen at that party?
Yes, sir. I had asked Bo if Hank was going to be there because that was Lindsay's ex-boyfriend at the time. I didn't want to cause a scene. You know, I wanted everybody to have a good time.
And what did Bo tell you?
He told me he wouldn't be there, or he didn't invite him.
When you got to the party, was Hank there?
He wasn't there when I arrived, but it was right after I got there he came.
And what happened when he got there? Did anything happen?
Yeah, he pulled me aside and confronted me about Lindsay.
And what happened during that confrontation?
Well, I told him I was sorry about how things had happened. I didn't do anything to try to hurt him. I told him if he felt like he needed to swing, that was okay. You know, I wouldn't retaliate.
And did he hit you or anything like that?
He did not.
And once you finished this break at Christmas 2004, did you return to the Army?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do? Did you have any more training when you got back, or?
Yes, sir. After reporting back, I reported for jump school.
And this was your airborne training?
Yes, sir.
Did you make it through that training?
I did not.
What happened? Why didn't you finish that training?
There was a girl in the unit before me that had jumped out of a plane and her chute didn't open, and she panicked and didn't open her reserve. She's an 18-year-old girl, died.
How did that impact you?
It shook me up real bad.
Did you stay in airborne school after that incident?
Yes, sir, for about a week. Well, no, sir. I asked to be taken out of training, and I told them I needed to talk to somebody. I didn't feel like I could do that anymore, that I either needed retraining or something. I needed to talk to somebody.
And what happened once you told them that you wanted out of airborne school? What happened?
They put me on a holding pattern where you're basically just waiting for another assignment.
And where were you at when this occurred?
This is at Fort Benning in Columbus.
And so they place you in what you call sort of a holding pattern. How long did you stay at Fort Benning in this holding pattern?
It was 4 or 5 days, and then that's when I left, and I went AWOL.
And you said you went AWOL. How did you leave Fort Benning?
I walked to my car, got in it, and drove and left.
No one tried to stop you or anything?
No, sir.
Where did you go once you left Fort Benning?
I went to Augusta, where my dad and my brother were living.
And once you got there with your dad and your brother, how long did you stay in Augusta?
It wasn't long, less than a month before they moved back here.
Once they left Augusta, where did they move in particular? Was it Osceola?
In Fitzgerald, across from the hospital.
And is that the trailer that we've heard about in this case, the trailer
Yes,
across?
sir, it is.
And when they moved into the trailer, did you follow them as you moved with them into the trailer?
Yes, sir, I did.
And during this particular time period, you considered yourself AWOL from the military?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you working at all during this time period?
I did odd jobs, mowing the grass. I did some roofing with my uncle, whatever, so I could contribute, pay bills.
During this time period, did you forge any checks?
I did. I took some checks from my brother. It was 3 checks.
Okay. How many, so you said 3 checks. How much money was each one of those checks for?
Around $50.
And you forged those checks, did you cash those checks?
I did.
And did that cause your brother's account to overdraft?
It did.
Did you ever pay any of that money back to your brother?
I did.
Did you pay the overdraft fees and the initial amounts of the checks?
I did.
So you were AWOL from the Army. Did you eventually follow up with the Army, or did they contact you?
I called and I was told to report to Fort Sill and report myself AWOL.
And where is Fort Sill?
It's in Oklahoma.
And did you comply with that? Did you go, in fact, to Fort Sill, Oklahoma?
Yes, sir, I did. I took a Greyhound.
And what happened to you at Fort Sill?
I was arrested.
And did they put you in jail?
It was, yes, sir, but it wasn't lockup type. I was placed under guard, but it wasn't jail type placement. It was just so they was worried, I guess, that people would run. I'm not sure. But I was placed in another holding pattern to be out processed while I was doing my brig time.
How long did you stay at Fort Sill?
It was 2 or 3 weeks.
And were you eventually discharged from the Army?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what type of discharge did you receive?
It was other than honorable.
Did you have the ability to appeal that decision?
Yes, sir. They told me after 6 months I could appeal and receive a general discharge.
Did you ever, in fact, appeal the discharge?
No, sir. I felt I got the discharge I deserved.
When did you officially leave the Army?
It was in August 2005.
Where did you go after you left Fort Sill? After you were discharged from the Army, where'd you go?
I came back to Fitzgerald.
And who did you live with?
My dad and my brother.
Were they still living in the trailer across from the hospital?
Yes, sir.
When you moved back in with your dad and your brother in the trailer, did you work?
Yes, sir. I got a job at MDI in Fitzgerald.
Once you were back living in the trailer with your dad and brother, did you start hanging out with Bo Dukes at all?
Not much. My dad hated Bo. Stephen wasn't very fond of him, so he wouldn't come around. He'd come by and pick me up. We'd hang out sometimes.
When your dad was living in the trailer, did Bo ever stay the night that you recall?
No, sir.
And approximately when did you start working at MDI in Fitzgerald?
It had been September of that year. Of
2005?
Yes, sir.
What was your job at MDI?
I worked in blending.
And explain just briefly what kind of job that was.
You take a raw material, sometimes it's like chopped up wine corks, and you mix it with a sand-based petroleum and make plastic pellets. And they use those pellets to make molds for cell phones, for laptops, that type of stuff.
Did you get any promotions while you were at MDI?
Yes, sir. I was promoted to blending foreman.
Did you supervise any other employees?
I did, yes, sir.
What was your typical schedule when you were at MDI?
It's mostly 12-hour shifts from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 5 days a week.
Was it Monday through Friday?
Yes, sir.
What did you think about that job? Did you like your job at MDI?
I did.
And while you were working at MDI, did you continue living with your dad and your brother?
My dad moved some point in this time frame. I'm not sure the exact date. He moved to Eufaula, Alabama.
Once your dad moved out, did you still hang out with Bo some?
Yeah, it increased how much he'd come by.
How often would you say you were seeing Bo during this time period?
It started out just the weekends, then he just kind of progressively moved in.
Did he start staying the night at your trailer?
Yes, sir.
How often would you say that he slept over? Did you say it became ultimately every night he was staying over?
Yes, sir. It started as we'd hang out, be drinking or whatever, and he'd stay the night till, he just kind of never left.
Did Bo pay any rent?
He did not.
Did he pay any utilities?
No, sir.
Did Bo ever buy groceries for the trailer?
No, sir.
Did Bo have a job that you're aware of?
No, sir.
Did Bo ever have any money?
No.
How many bedrooms did this trailer have?
2.
And was this a single wide or double wide trailer?
It was a single.
It was a pretty small trailer.
Yes, sir.
Did your brother have a room in the trailer?
He did.
Did Bo have a room in the trailer?
He did.
Did you have a room in the trailer?
I slept on the couch mostly.
Why did Bo have a room, although he paid no bills, no rent, no utilities? Why did he have a room but you were sleeping on the sofa?
That's just where I slept.
Did you feel like Bo was using you during this time period?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Bo ever leave out any kind of reading materials in the trailer?
He did. He'd leave pornographic material out, and I had to repeatedly ask him not to do that.
Were these materials of a particular nature?
I found them offensive. It was bondage. I don't know how to put it.
Did the magazines that you saw, did they depict violent sex acts?
Yes, sir.
How did you feel when you saw those magazines?
It was gross, offensive.
Did you ask Bo to stop leaving the magazines out?
I did.
During this time period while you're working at MDI, how much money were you bringing home every week on average?
It was anywhere between $500 and $600 a week.
And so you had plenty of money during this time period.
Yes, sir.
Did you have enough? Did you have what you would have considered enough money to meet all your needs at this time?
Yes, sir.
Did Bo steal from you during this time period?
He did.
What did he steal from you?
Anything that was left out, you learn not to leave anything out you didn't want gone.
Did you ever accuse him of stealing?
It didn't have to be. It was me and my brother and him. You know, he's the only one that would have stole.
At this point, were you buying food for him to eat?
Yes, sir, I was buying food for the whole house.
Were you putting gas in Bo's truck?
I was.
You were paying the rent,
Yes, sir.
utilities?
Yes, sir.
Were you basically fully supporting Bo financially at this point?
Yes, sir. He told me his family wouldn't help him, that they didn't want nothing to do with him.
Did you at least sometimes get to use Bo's truck?
The reason I put gas in his truck so he could take me to work. I didn't have a vehicle at the time.
I want to talk now about Saturday, October 22nd, 2005. Do you remember that day, Mr. Duke?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you work the Friday night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that was your typical schedule, the Monday through Friday?
Yes, sir, I'd have got off work about 7:30. I might have got home around 8:30 that morning.
And, excuse me, where did you sleep when you got home?
I'd been the couch.
What time did you wake up on Saturday morning?
It was late afternoon, 5, maybe 6 o'clock. I kept a normal schedule, you know, to just kind of, so I wouldn't have to flip back and forth from day and night.
And at this point in your life, did you ever drink alcohol?
Yes, sir.
How often? How much did you drink and how often did you drink?
It was usually just on the weekends, you know, to kind of just wind down, you know.
Drinking, hanging out with friends?
Yes, sir.
Did you smoke pot at all during this time period?
Yes, sir, I did.
How often would you say that you were smoking pot during this time period?
That was probably every day.
How much pot would you smoke on just an average day?
Maybe a joint or two.
Did you have to have drugs or alcohol to function at this point in your life?
No, sir, I didn't.
Were you addicted to drugs or alcohol at this point?
No, sir, I was not.
You woke up around 5 to 6 p.m. Saturday evening. Who was at your house when you woke up?
It was my brother, Stephen Duke, Bo Dukes, and Ben McMahan.
What were they doing when you woke up?
I think they had started drinking. They was all kind of having a little get together. They was football on the TV, you know.
What were they drinking?
Tequila.
Did you like tequila?
No, sir, I do not.
How does tequila affect you personally?
Usually makes me sick.
Would you have ever driven after drinking tequila?
No, sir.
Did you, and I think you mentioned this, but did you have a car at this time?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you have a cell phone?
No, sir.
Did you have any credit cards?
No, sir.
Did you even have a bank account?
No, sir.
So you recall that, did you drink tequila with the rest of them?
I did. They kind of, you know, come on, let's take some shots. You know, it's the first time I'd seen Ben in a long time.
Did you also drink some beer while you're drinking the tequila?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anybody else coming over to the trailer that evening?
No, sir.
How'd you handle the tequila and the beer that night?
I got sick.
Did you throw up?
Yes, sir.
What is the last thing that you remember happening on Saturday, October 22nd, 2005?
I just remember us taking tequila shots, and the next thing I know, I'm out.
Do you know approximately what time that night that you passed out?
It'd been 9, 10 o'clock.
Where did you pass out at, if you remember?
In the bathroom, hugging the toilet.
Do you remember anything else whatsoever about the night of Saturday, October 22nd, 2005 that you haven't already told the jury?
No, sir, I do not.
Well, let's talk about the next day, Sunday, October 23rd, 2005.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a clear memory of waking up that morning?
I was woke up. Bo woke me up.
Where were you when Bo woke you up?
I was still in the bathroom.
What were you doing in the bathroom?
I was asleep on the floor.
Do you know what time of day it was?
It was maybe 8:30 in the morning. It was daylight.
So you could see the sunlight from where you were?
Yes, sir.
Bo, you said, woke you up. What did he look like? When you opened your eyes and saw Bo, what do you recall? How did he look?
He looked panicked, freaked out. You know, he was pale, which is, you know, he was already pale. And
how did his eyes look?
he looked like he'd been up all night.
Were his eyes bloodshot?
Bloodshot, they were sunken.
So did he look different than he normally did?
Yes, sir, he did.
You mentioned he was panicked. I guess, how would you describe just his overall demeanor when he woke you up?
He was upset, shaking almost, just, you know, you could tell something was wrong.
What was he wearing when he woke you up?
Blue jeans, a t-shirt, maybe a sweater.
What did he say to you when he woke you up?
Objection. Hearsay.
And, Your Honor, this next statement is a statement against interest. And it is, I guess, if you want to go through the analysis. So the declarant's unavailable. Bo is unavailable to testify. We know that he's going to take his Fifth Amendment against this particular
We're having
statement.
a speaking objection now, which is what defense counsel had asked us not to do, so I'd ask that we discuss it at the bench.
I'm going to sustain that objection at this point.
Thank you.
Bo woke you up, and what happened next?
He woke me up. It's hard to explain without saying what he said, but he said something that freaked me out, and then he went into the living room.
And what was your initial reaction to what it was he said to you?
I disbelieved him. You know, Bo didn't have he'd say shit just to kind of push your buttons or, you know, try to make you uncomfortable.
And what was your reaction? Did you say anything to Bo?
I didn't believe him. I asked him what he said or who he was talking about.
And Your Honor, can we approach for a moment?
Sure. Get some fresh air, line up and go. The rest of you, please have a seat in the jury room. You can be seated. All right, let's put all this on the record. make sure we're clear. Start over, please, Mr. Gill.
Yes, sir.
And
So-
hang on a second. Mr. Jackson, make sure when the jury comes back up that they remain in the grand jury room until we get ready to start back. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, in response to the initial question that I asked Mr. Duke was,
What did he say?
What did Bo say when he woke you up? So,
All right.
the statement that Bo said to him was, and the quote is, "I killed Tara."
Is that
And-
right, Mr. Duke? Is that what your testimony would be?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And so he says that, and so our position is that number one, I think the clearest issue here is that it's subject to hearsay exception. It's a statement against interest, and that there are three elements for it to be considered a statement against interest. First, the declarant is unavailable, and Mr. Dukes, through his attorney, has indicated that at least with respect to those types of substantive questions, that he intends to plead the Fifth Amendment, and so. Under 804A, he is unavailable for purposes of the hearsay rules. The second element is that the statement subjects the declarant to criminal liability. So I think saying that I killed Tara certainly implicates criminal liability. The third element is that the statement is corroborated by circumstances indicating its trustworthiness.
All
So
right,
there,
what about that one?
there are two bases here. The first of which, Mr. Duke testified very early, when I first started asking questions, whether Bo Dukes took him to the orchard. And so Mr. Dukes will testify shortly, in just a few minutes, that right after this, Bo Dukes, in fact, took him to the orchard and showed him Tara Grinstead's body. And so that is the first piece that corroborates the statement. He is confirming the fact that what he said was true through his actions, through showing him the body of Tara Grinstead. That confirms, that corroborates the statement that he made that I killed Tara. Second, and this comes from the 11th Circuit case from 2009, U.S. versus U.S. Infrastructure Incorporated. That's 576 F. 3rd 1195. And that court, the 11th Circuit, held that courts have found that self-inculpatory statements are sufficiently corroborated where the evidence presented at trial supports the veracity of the out-of-court statement, where the declarant makes the statement to someone with whom he shares a close relationship. And as we've established through Mr. Duke's testimony up to this point, he was in a close, friendly relationship with Bo Dukes. Bo Dukes was, in fact, living in his home. And so for those two reasons, the fact that he thereafter showed the body and also had a close relationship.
Of course, your evidence has been, not only from this witness, but others, that he's totally untrustworthy. I mean, that was one of the last statements he made.
That's
he
right.
says stuff all the time. So
That's right, Your Honor.
Doesn't that cut against what you're saying?
Well, no, Your Honor, because, excuse me, it does not, because at the time that he makes this statement, he is, I mean, it's sort of it's an excited statement. You know, he's not thinking this through. He comes home, he sees Ryan, he sort of blurts this out. He's clearly upset, he's distraught, and so for that reason, it satisfies the statement against interest exception. Now, I have other ones as well, other exceptions, but I don't know if you want
Let me hear from you, the state. We got it. And I'll give you the last thing. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to that third element of a statement against interest, that isn't here. I think defense counsel's on argument yesterday was that a statement can't corroborate itself. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to use this defendant's statement, who obviously there's bias, to corroborate another portion of the statement. And so we would argue that third
I ruled
element.
against that argument yesterday already. Listen, this has all got to be sorted out. I'm on allow, and it needs to be. We'll see what happens when Mr. Dukes gets here, if he's called to testify. But I'm going to allow him to answer that last question and describe the events that happened after that.
Yes, Your Honor. And I will tell you there will be some other similar questions I anticipate. So after this statement is made, they're in the bathroom together. They move from the bathroom to the living area.
If it all implicates himself in this death and disappearance, I'll admit it.
And it is. The statements are, they're, I think they fall under that. They are statements that are talking directly about this.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Because Your Honor has already made some rulings related to the Houston County stuff because of the fact that there's no statements from Bo that have been brought in.
That's why motion and limines are tough.
I just wanna make sure.
Things change, that's right. So those will have to be revisited, of course, depending on whatever other evidence comes in the record at the time Mr. Dukes may be presented, or the time for this cross-examination.
Okay. So I guess what I wanted to clarify is if on cross-examination I ask questions of the defendant about these allegations he's now making for the first time, I don't want to be the one that's claimed now to open the door to the Houston County things. They're the ones that are putting in both statements, not us. And so I just want to make sure I'm still going to be allowed to ask questions without that door being opened, assuming I only ask about what comes out during direct.
Sure, that's got to have some competent evidence to come in, that stuff from Houston County that I have not heard, so don't you ask him about that.
No, I'm not
Or
intending
you.
to ask any of those questions.
No, I'm not going to ask about Houston
Right.
County. I just, again, the whole point is they're now introducing statements of Bo, and then they're going to claim that because I cross-examined him, that that's opened the door to Houston County stuff later. And so I just
No,
wanna
it
clarify.
doesn't open the door. All right, we'll be in recess about 5 or 10 minutes for bathroom break. You can step down, Mr. Duke. Thank y'all. All right. Let's round up everybody, please. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to order and get ready to start back. Thank y'all. All right, everybody's in here, right? 18, everybody's in there? All right. You can come on back to the stand, Mr. Duke. Thanks. All right, go ahead and be seated. You need any water or anything? You all right? Okay. Ms. Hart, you need to wait on your co-counsel?
We're good, Judge, we go.
All right. Ask the jury to join. Please be seated. All right, we're getting back to it. Mr. Gibbs, you can circle back around to those previous questions since our bench comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to go back just a little bit. You testified earlier that the morning of Sunday, October 23rd, you woke up in the bathroom at your trailer,
Yes, sir.
and you testified Bo Dukes woke you up.
I have a little bit of objection. I think he's just recalling the prior testimony, but just be mindful of that. Thank
Certainly.
you, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, sir. He woke me up that morning.
What did Bo Dukes say to you when he woke you up that morning?
He said he killed Tara.
And what was your first reaction?
I didn't know who he was talking about or what he was talking about. I was waking up after being drunk, being sick.
And what did you do after, or what did Bo Dukes do after he made the statement?
He left the bathroom and went to the living room or kitchen.
I believe I left my notes up there.
Good. Henry?
No. Here we go, Your Honor. We're good.
Thank you.
And so what was your initial reaction when he said, I killed Tara?
I didn't know who he was talking about or what he was talking about.
And what did you say? What was your response?
It was that, just,
Were you confused?
yes.
And what did you say to him?
I asked him what he was talking about. I asked him who he was talking about.
And what did Bo respond to that question?
Yes, he said he killed Tara Grinstead.
And what happens next? He makes a
That's-
statement. What happens next?
That's when he leaves the bathroom, or he says he needs to talk.
And where did he go from the living room?
From the living room,
From the bathroom.
he left the bathroom and went to the living room. And when I come out the bathroom, he was smoking a cigarette.
And were you alarmed at this point?
Yes and no. I mean, it's Bo, so it's hard to.
Did he make off-color jokes like this?
Yes, sir, all the time.
And did you get a cigarette, get a drink, anything like that?
Yes, sir, I probably grabbed a soda and smoked a cigarette, you know.
And what did you say to Bo once you got in the living room?
I asked him what's he talking about, what's going on.
How did Bo respond?
He made the statement that he killed Tara again.
And at this point, what was your response? Did you ask him any questions about it?
I told him I didn't believe him, you know.
Did he do or say anything in response to that?
He got out a wallet that had the driver's license in it.
Did he have, when he got the wallet, excuse me, you say he got the wallet out?
It was there was a purse sitting on the table.
And do you remember anything specifically about the purse or the wallet?
Yes, sir. I remember I could see the driver's license through the sleeve of the wallet.
And whose driver's license did that appear to be?
It was Miss Grinstead's.
Did you know Miss Grinstead from high school?
Yes, sir.
Did you know she was a teacher?
Yes, sir. I had passed her in the hall. You know.
Did you ever have any classes with her?
No, sir. I did not.
At this point, you see the driver's license of Miss Grinstead and the wallet you're holding. Were you alarmed at this point?
No, I had assumed he just stole the pocketbook or purse from somewhere.
And did you say anything to him in response once you had the purse, or saw the purse and had the wallet?
Yeah, I still didn't believe he had committed a murder.
Did you tell him that?
Yes, sir, I did.
At this point, what does Bo Dukes do?
He gets up and goes to his bedroom.
Did he say anything else, or just get up and go out?
He just gets up and walks out.
And what did you do next? What was your action or words in response?
I was just kind of didn't know what to do. You know, I was just kind of stuck there for a few minutes.
Did you ultimately decide to take some kind of action?
I did. I was going to return her purse. I'd say I assumed he had just stole it.
And when you say return her purse, how did you intend to return her purse? Or did you have a plan?
I didn't have a plan. I didn't know where Miss Grinstead lived. I don't know exactly my train of thought. I was just going to return the wallet, you know, and pocketbook.
Did you decide that you would drive somewhere, that you would take the purse somewhere?
Yes, sir. I was going to try to return her purse. So I went to the bedroom, asked Bo if I could borrow the keys. He didn't answer me, so I grabbed his keys and got in the truck.
Where were the keys at when you got them?
They were laying on the floor.
And was it common for you to use this truck around this time period?
It was. I'd always ask him. You know, he didn't care. Usually I'd ask for a ride, but he wouldn't, you know, want to get up or help me or, you know.
Did you, when you got the keys from Bo, did you tell him where you were planning to go?
I did not.
What was Bo doing when you went in the bedroom and you got the keys? What was Bo doing?
He was laying down facing the wall. I assumed he was asleep, but I don't think he was.
Was he laying on a bed in there?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, did you know where Tara Grinstead lived?
I did not.
So you get Bo's keys to the truck. What do you do next?
I drive towards Osceola.
And the trailer you lived in, it was across the road from the hospital?
Yes, sir. It had been Votech Road.
So you took Votech Road from Fitzgerald to Osceola?
Yes, sir, I did.
And about what time of day was this when you drove from Fitzgerald to Osceola?
Been about 9 o'clock in the morning.
And so where were you driving? You didn't know where Miss Grinstead lived, so where were you driving?
I knew it was in the area. I had been to Mr. Boykin's house. I knew it was around the corner or down the street, something like that.
And Mr. Boykin, who is that?
He was a teacher at the school. He had a daughter. I was around my age too, maybe a little bit younger.
And you'd been over to their house previously?
Yes, sir.
And you recall the general vicinity where they lived?
I thought so at the time.
So you're driving from Ocilla, from Fitzgerald to Ocilla. Where do you, I guess when you come to Votech Road, where do you go next?
Go all the way to the stop sign and take a left.
Is that on 319?
Yes, sir, on 319 to go up to the red light.
And you come to the red light at the intersection of 319 and Highway 129 or Irwin Avenue?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to leading and ask him to not lead the defendant in this case.
Please, that's a statement. Let him answer. Thank you.
Where did you said you turned left off of Votech Road?
Yes, sir, I turned left on 319, go towards the red light. And at the red light, I hung a right by Peck's.
And what did you do after that?
That's when I saw the store. I thought I could just make a phone call, you know.
And excuse me, what was the name of that store, if you recall?
It was the Swanee Swifty, I think at the time, or Swifty Mart, or something like that.
And you saw the store. You stopped at the store. And what was the purpose of that?
To try to call or get in contact with Miss Grinstead to make sure she was all right or return her purse.
Did you know Miss Grinstead's phone number?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to her by phone at any point in your life?
No, sir, I did not.
You stop at the Swanee Swifty store, and did you use the payphone?
Yes, sir, I did.
And excuse me, about what time was it when you used the payphone?
It was around 9:30.
And did you try to call Miss Grinstead?
No, sir, I didn't have the number. I called 411 to get the phone number.
When you called 411, did you place a separate call, or were you connected automatically to her house?
It connected, it started ringing, so it connected.
Did anybody answer?
No, sir.
Did you get the answering machine?
No, sir, it said the call was not answered or disconnected.
At this point, how are you feeling? You've called her house, no answer. How are you feeling?
I still wasn't, I didn't think what happened had happened. I was still kind of.
At this point, did you believe that Bo had killed Tara Grinstead?
No.
What did you do next after you make the phone call?
I thought I knew the area around where Miss Grinstead lived, so I rode around a couple blocks. I knew her car. I think most people would have recognized the little white sports car. And like I said, I rode by a couple houses or a couple blocks and didn't see the car. And that's when I went back to Fitzgerald.
How long did you drive around the area where you thought her house might be?
Maybe 5 minutes. It's not a big area.
And after you drive around, you don't see her car, what do you do next?
I go back to Fitzgerald.
And where do you go in Fitzgerald?
I go back home.
Go back to the trailer across
Yes,
from the
sir.
hospital?
Yes, sir.
When you got back to your house, was Bo at home?
Yes, sir. He was still in his room.
Did you go into the bedroom and look at him, talk to him?
Yes, sir. I went in there and I grabbed his leg, shook him. He wasn't asleep. I asked him what he was talking about, tell me what's going on. And he told me he'd show me.
He says he'll show you. What does he do next?
That's when he gets dressed, comes out, tells me to come on. And we get in the truck.
While you're in the trailer, before you go and get in the truck, is there any other conversation between the two of you?
No, sir, not, which was odd.
Did Bo talk a lot?
He did, but not that day.
How was this point? You've come back to the trailer. He's up. You're about to get in the truck. What's his demeanor like at this point?
He's still, you can tell something's wrong. You still don't know what, but something's off.
Did you get in the truck with Bo?
I did.
And who was driving the truck?
Bo was driving.
And the two of you, did you leave the trailer, go for a ride?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
He started driving towards Rochelle, Abbeville, towards the orchard.
And that's outside of Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
You driving, are you smoking cigarettes, anything like that on the drive?
Yes, sir. Just usually you got the radio on, the windows down, so both of us are smoking.
During this drive, the time you were in the truck driving from the trailer to the orchard, was there any conversation between you and Bo?
No, sir. He doesn't say anything.
Did you ask him any questions?
I don't think I did, but I don't recall 100%.
What are your emotions during this drive while you're en route to the orchard?
I'm getting more and more worried. I can tell something's wrong, but I still think Bo's screwing with me. He did that a lot.
Where did Bo ultimately take you on this drive? Where did you end the drive?
It was, he turned into the orchard, the Hudson Farms.
And is this the orchard? You mentioned earlier back in 2004 you had attended a party at an orchard. Was this the same orchard?
Yes, sir.
And so you recognized it did you recognize it when you pulled up?
I knew it was that area. Back then I couldn't have pointed it out. I mean,
What does it look like when you're pulling into the orchard? What does it look like? What do you see?
It's kind of a little wooded, beaten path. It just looks like a trail back in the woods.
So there's not like a paved road or even like a formal dirt road?
No, sir. There was, unless you knew where that road was at, you'd have missed it.
Are there any, was there a gate or anything like that you had to open to get into the orchard?
No, sir, not that I remember.
At this point in your life, do you know how many times you'd been to the orchard previously?
2 or 3.
And were all those occasions for parties that Bo had hosted?
Yes, sir.
What's the weather like this day? When you get to the orchard, what's the weather like? What does it look like outside?
It was a nice fall day. It was a lot like today. It's just cooler.
Was it sunny outside?
Yes, sir.
You pull off the road onto the path at the orchard. What happens next?
We drive down the trail. It goes all the way to the end of the trail to the back of the orchard, and it kind of corners. You have to turn left. And he drove down a little further, and there was a clearing off the passenger side, and he stopped.
When Bo stops the truck, does he say anything to you?
Yes, he said, "She's over there."
Does he motion or gesture anywhere?
I don't think so. He said that as he was getting out of the truck.
And so he got out of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And did you follow him? Did you get out of the truck as well?
I got out. I didn't sure he made a kind of like a beeline to where he was going into the clearing.
Did he seem hesitant?
No, sir.
At this point, how are you feeling at this point? When you're at the orchard, he's asked you to get out of the truck, says she's over there. What are you feeling?
I still think he's screwing with me. I think this is a joke.
And Bo gets out of the truck. Where specifically? Where does he walk?
He walks around the front of the truck into the clearing, and I take a couple steps towards him, and that's when I see part of her.
And when you say there's a clearing, are you around, are pecan trees around you? Or is it
No,
pecan
sir,
trees?
it's in the woods. I mean, a clearing in the woods. It was not in the orchard.
How far, you said you saw something where Bo went.
Yes, sir.
How far away did Bo walk away from the truck when he stopped?
It was maybe 20 feet, 25.
And what specifically, as you're walking towards where Bo is, what specifically do you see?
I just remember seeing a spot of white. It's kind of covered up,
You say covered up with what?
leaves and limbs and other, I mean, just, covered up.
Debris from the trees,
Yes, sir.
pine straw, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading.
That's sustained objection.
You walk towards this spot. Can you tell if it's a person at some point?
No, sir, not then. Like I said, I just seen something that didn't belong there.
When you get closer, are you able to tell whether it's a person?
You could tell it was, yeah.
Could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
No, sir, not then.
Was the person laying on their back or their stomach?
They were laying face down.
You approach, I guess, do you come to stand near Bo in that area?
No, sir, I stopped at the,
Object, leading, yet again.
Please let him answer the question.
Did you,
I stopped at the clearing. I said, as soon as I stopped or I saw something, I froze where I was.
how far away were you standing?
10, 12 feet.
Does Bo do anything once you've approached within 10 feet or so?
Yes, sir. He reaches down. He grabs her arm and just flips her over.
Was it a violent motion that he made?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
How did he move her? How did he turn her?
It was, like I say, he just reached down like you would open a cellar door and just, or crank a lawnmower, I guess.
Does he look at you?
Yes, sir. He looks at me and says, "I told you."
Can you see if the person is wearing clothes?
They were wearing clothes. She was wearing clothes.
At this point, can you tell if it's a man or a woman?
Yes, sir.
Could you see her face at this point?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Were you able to identify who this was at that time?
No, sir. If he wouldn't have told me, I wouldn't have known who it was.
And you said that she's wearing clothes. Can you identify what the clothing was on the body?
It was a T-shirt, with some type of jogging pants, maybe.
Do you remember if she was wearing any kind of shoes? Do you recall?
No, sir, not that I remember. I thought she was, though.
At this point, Bo said, I told you. Does Bo say or do anything else at this point?
He starts walking back to the truck. Tells me we got something to do. I was froze. I remember him telling me several times, "Come on."
Did you eventually follow him?
Yes, sir.
Where did y'all go?
We got back in the truck. He turned around, started to go back towards the entrance to the orchard.
And, excuse me, where do you go? Do you leave the orchard, or what do you do?
No, sir, there was a type of barn area. He goes over there, parks, gets out of the truck, starts putting, or breaks open the door and starts putting wood in the back of the truck.
And you said he broke open the door. Do you recall, was the door to the barn locked?
Yes, sir.
And what's in the barn?
It was wood.
And what does Bo do next?
He starts putting wood in the back of the truck.
Did you help him load the wood?
Yes, sir.
How much wood did you load into the truck?
It filled the back of the truck up.
And this was a full-size pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
What were you feeling? What were you thinking at this point?
I was just in shock. You know, it's like I was separated from myself.
So you and Bo, you load the wood into the truck. What happens next?
He turns around again and goes back to where Miss Grinstead was.
And the two of you drove over there in the truck?
Yes, sir.
Once you arrive back at where the body is, what happens next?
He gets out of the truck. He tells me to come on because, you know, I don't know. I said it was like I was watching myself. I was there, but I wasn't. He tells me to come on, get out of the truck. And that's where he goes back to where she's at, Miss Grinstead's at.
So you get out of the truck, you follow him over there?
Yes, sir.
And how was Bo's demeanor at this point when you're back at the body?
Yeah. He was almost excited. You know, he's cheerful. You know, it was, I don't know the right word.
You walk back over to the body. Does Bo do anything to the body?
He tells me to help him pick her up.
Did he touch the body or anything before?
He did.
What did he do?
He pushes up her shirt, starts following her.
Did he look at you when he did that?
It was like I wasn't there. You know, I remember telling him to stop, and I remember how he looked at me. You know, it's like I'd never seen him before.
How did he look?
I can't describe it. I don't have the words to describe it.
Did you say anything?
Other than to tell him to stop touching her.
Did he stop?
I think so.
Did he cover her back up? Did he pull her shirt back down?
No.
What happened next?
He tells me to come on. We got to move her.
And what do you do? What do the two of you do?
I grab her by her feet and help pick her up.
Did Bo help pick her up as well?
He did.
Did he pick her up by the arms?
Yes, sir.
I sustain that objection, Mr. Gibson.
What happened next?
Picked her up. We placed her on the tailgate of the truck was down. Placed her on the back of the truck.
How did she look when you came over to her?
She was beat up. She had bruises on her arms and legs. I said I wouldn't have recognized her.
At the time you helped him pick her up, could you identify who she was at that point?
No.
How was her hair?
It was over her face.
So you and Bo put her on the tailgate of the truck, and what happened next?
He tells me to get back in the truck.
Did you get back in the truck?
Yes, sir.
And then what did the two of you do next?
He drives. He drives further down into the orchard.
Do you drive? I guess what direction in the orchard are you driving in the pecan portion or the pine tree
Yes.
area?
It's kind of in the middle. You know, it's in between the pecan trees and the woods.
And where do you ultimately drive to? Do you come to a stop at some point?
It's eventually the orchard ends, and he kind of, does another U-turn and backs up into a clearing.
And is the clearing in the area with pine trees or with pecan trees?
It was in the pine thicket.
Had you ever been to that particular location before?
No, sir.
So Bo pulls in, does a U-turn, you said. What happens then?
It's when Bo starts to unload the wood.
Did Bo say anything to you?
He told me to get out and help him.
Did you get out of the truck?
I did.
Did you help him unload the wood?
I did.
What'd y'all do with the wood?
He started to kind of stack it or lay it out.
Was it near the truck?
Wasn't far.
As you unload the truck, get the wood out, what happens next? What do you do?
That's when I figure out what he's fixing to burn.
What happens next? What's your reaction at this point?
I vomit. I'm dry heaving. I'm crying.
Does Bo say anything?
He starts laughing at me.
Did you say anything to Bo?
I don't think I could say anything at that point.
Once the wood's stacked up, what do y'all do next?
Bo tells me to help him put her on the wood.
And did you help him
I did.
move the body?
I did.
And once you place the body on the wood, what happens next?
I'll back out, almost out of the clearing, kind of.
You back out like you need to walk back out?
Yeah, I told Bo, I can't be here. You got to take me home.
What happened next?
He just started putting wood on top of it.
And then what happened?
He lit her on fire.
What was his expression, his demeanor when that happened?
It's like he wasn't there.
At some point, do you get back in the truck, or what happens?
I think I get in the truck. I'm not sure exactly when Bo gets in the truck too.
How much time passed between the time that Bo started the fire and
Maybe a minute, 2 minutes.
does Bo eventually get back in the truck?
Yes, sir.
And what happened after that?
We leave the orchard.
When the two of you get in the truck and you leave the orchard, was the fire still burning when you left?
I didn't look back. I think so.
Was this time when you helped move the body onto the pile of wood, was that the last time that you saw Miss Grinstead's body?
It was.
At any point, either when you arrived at the orchard or when you were leaving the orchard, did you see Miss Grinstead's car anywhere?
I did not.
Where do the two of you drive after you leave the orchard?
He takes me back to the trailer.
On the way home from the orchard, does Bo say anything to you?
He tells me, you can't say anything, you can't talk about this.
At any point, did Bo tell you what happened to Miss Grinstead?
No, sir.
Did you ask Bo what happened to Miss Grinstead?
No, sir.
Why didn't you ask Bo what happened?
I don't think I had to.
When you get to the trailer, what do the two of you do?
I get out of the truck. Before I'm really even out the way of the door, he starts backing out.
Did Bo leave?
Yes, sir. He spinning wheels.
When was the next time that you saw Bo?
So over a week later,
When you saw him about a week later, where did you see him at?
he came and knocked on the door to the trailer.
Between the time that Bo dropped you off at the trailer and that week span before you saw him again, did you tell anybody what happened?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why didn't you tell anybody what happened?
I didn't think anybody would have believed me.
When you and Bo were at the orchard, did either of you wear gloves?
Not that I remember.
At this point, did you have latex gloves in your house?
Yes, sir. My brother kept some for changing out the cat litter, taking the trash out.
Did you also use Bo Duke's truck to take off household trash from time to time?
No, again, I'm going to check. This is a defendant in a criminal case, and he's continuing to leave. And I would just ask that he not leave.
How did you?
Okay, that's enough. Lee. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor. Did you have how did you take out your trash at your house?
We usually put it in the back of Bo's truck. There wasn't a trash service. So we'd put it in the truck and take it to the dump.
You mentioned that about a week later, Bo came over to your house and he knocked on the door. What happened next?
He had knocked on the door and stepped back, I guess, so I'd come outside and talk to him.
And what did he say?
He asked if I was all right, if I had said anything.
And what was your response?
I said, no, I'm not okay.
Did you invite Bo to move back in or stay at your trailer?
I didn't. He asked to stay. He said he didn't have anywhere else to go.
Did you want him to stay at the trailer?
I didn't.
But you didn't tell him no, that he couldn't stay?
Judge.
Oh, did you tell him no?
I didn't. I let him stay anyway.
At this point, did you still have a job?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever discuss Miss Grinstead at any point after this?
No, sir. Oh, yes, sir. He'd bring it up.
Bo would bring it up?
Yes, sir. He'd remind me, you can't say anything. You can't talk about this. Nobody believe you anyway.
Were you afraid of Bo?
Just,
Were you afraid of both? It's a suggesting the answer.
Overruled attitude.
yes, sir.
Why?
I don't know what Bo's capable of doing.
Was there anything that he did other than things we've talked about previously that made you afraid?
You just didn't know what he would do. I mean, like I said, he had killed somebody. That's no reason enough to be scared of somebody.
Did you ever go out to the orchard again?
Yes.
When did you go out to the orchard again?
I had asked Bo to take me to get some groceries, and he started going that way towards the orchard.
Did he go all the way out there?
Yes, sir, he did.
And tell me about that trip. What happened?
He went out there. He took me out there to where he had initially burned Miss Grinstead and showed me the ashes.
What did the spot look like?
Just like a small campfire, you know.
Other than this trip you just described, did you ever go to the orchard again?
Yes, sir. One more time.
When was that?
Bo had a party. It was in, I guess, November.
Was that of 2005?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the party?
I didn't want to go. Bo convinced me that him having a party and me not being there would be weird. It would be out of the ordinary.
Do you remember any other people that were at the party?
Yes, sir. There were several people there. I remember Garland Lott being there.
Did you talk to Garland a lot at the party?
I did it. I hadn't seen Garland in a while. We were friends, you know.
Did you say anything to him about Miss Grinstead or anything that happened at the orchard?
No, sir. We were talking and just kind of catching up, and I don't know how it come up about Miss Grinstead. You know, she was missing. It's about the time Bo walked up, and put his arm around me and said we'd killed her and we burned her.
Was that while you were talking to Garland?
Objection, Judge Leading.
Was just his,
That's what.
Was that while you were talking to Gordon? Is that your overruled attitude?
Yes, sir.
do you recall if there were any other conversations after this with Bo about the disappearance of Miss Grinstead?
Yes, sir. Bo would tell me, you can't talk about it, you can't bring it up, but he was constantly doing that.
Do you know if he followed the case like in the news?
He did. He would be on the website or, you know, constantly. If I went to work and come back and any update, you know, he kept an eye on it.
You said the website. Do you know what website?
I think it was Fine Terra.
Did Bo have Miss Grinstead as a teacher?
He did.
Did he ever make any comments about Miss Grinstead specifically?
He did. He made suggestive comments about her.
When would that have been?
That was back in high school.
So this time period of October 22nd and 23rd, 2005, you were living with your brother. Did you continue to live with your brother after this?
For a little while. It wasn't long we had to move because of the problems we had out there. Was getting complaints. So.
And when you moved out of the trailer, where did you move to?
A White House across from Taylor's in Pittsburgh. I don't know the street.
When approximately was that you moved into that house?
It was that year, maybe December, January.
When you were living in this house, did you have a roommate? Did anybody live with you?
It was Bo.
Was it just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Did Bo pay any rent or utilities?
No, sir. Bo never contributed.
Did he clean the house?
No, sir.
Did you continue to pay for everything?
Yes, sir.
Did you still work at MDI at this point?
Yes, sir, I did.
What were your feelings about this arrangement?
I wasn't sure how to untangle myself from Bo.
Why didn't you go to the police at this point?
I say I was afraid of Bo, afraid of what he might do. I mean, I didn't think I'd be believed.
At this point, were you spending time with any friends or family?
No, sir.
Did the two of you ever have friends over to that house?
Rarely. There was one occasion where a couple of guys came over.
Who was that? Who were the?
It was Zane Deal, Cliff Benson, and not sure who the third person was.
Is there anything that stands out from that visit?
I just remember it being strange. You know, there being a kind of weird tension in the room.
Did you ever find out what the tension was?
Yeah, I asked Bo what was there. That was weird. What was that about?
No, I'm going to object at this point where it doesn't sound like we're talking about any statements against interest. He's talking about a weirdness between three friends.
This goes to the present sense impression, Your Honor, and the effect of the statement that Bo will make on the listener, Mr. Duke.
You get the last sentence.
There hasn't been sufficient foundation laid as to when Bo made this statement to him to show the present sense impression, Judge.
If you'll orient us on that time period, then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Did you discuss the visit of these friends at your house with Bo?
Yes, sir, I did. It had been that next year sometime, between January and the summer. I know I moved out of the house, that's June, maybe May.
And that's when the friends visited, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir, it was prior to that.
And you testified there was tension that you asked Bo about.
Yes, sir, it was, I remember they all three sat in a love seat together. You know, it was just strange when there was a couch, you know, and I was in a recliner, and there was a couch, and none of them would, you know, they all sat together.
And did you talk to Bo about this visit at some point?
I asked him, that was weird, what was that about?
When was that conversation?
Right after they had left.
And what did Bo tell you?
I'm going to object again. Present sense impression relates to someone who is at the time observing something and the impact it has on them as they're observing an event. That is not what's going on here. This is him asking Bo about an event he observed and Bo explaining that to him allegedly. That is not what present sense impression is.
You have to hear.
Yes, Your Honor. So first of all, it goes to what what the, I guess, the nature of this conversation was. It goes to the impact it had on Mr. Duke as the listener. And it's also, excuse me, it's also non-hearsay, as the question, the reason it's being asked, for the effect on Mr. Duke, what he perceived this particular statement to mean to him.
You get the last say, Ms. Hart.
They're asking about a statement that Bo Duke's made that they've now accused of committing the murder. It's absolutely being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And again, present sense impression is when someone is observing an event and they make a comment about that particular event, the impression it had on them at that time. This is not that situation.
I'm going to overrule that objection. If you'll restate the question.
What was Bo's response to your question?
Bo said he told them that I had killed Tara.
Other than the 2 times you've described, did you ever go back to the orchard after this?
No, sir.
How long did you continue to live with Bo Dukes?
So 3 or 4 months, maybe 6.
Did you move away?
I moved back home with my parents.
Why did you move back home?
I had lost my job.
Why did you lose your job?
I couldn't pass a drug test, and that had come up, so I quit.
At this time, were you doing any drugs?
Yes, sir.
What drugs were you doing at this point?
I was drinking, taking pills, anything I could get my hand on at that point.
By this point in spring, summer 2006, how often were you, take them one at a time, how often were you drinking?
Almost every day.
How often were you doing drugs?
Almost every day.
Other than the pills, what drugs were you doing?
Pot. I said pills, you know.
What pills were you taking around this time?
I was pain medication.
When you went to live with your parents, where were they living at the time?
They were still living at Pleasure Lake.
Once you moved out of the house with Bo, when was the next time that you saw him?
Several years later.
How many years was it?
I'm not sure. He had just got out of basic training, and he come by.
He came by, excuse me, at the time that he came by, were you living with your parents?
I was living, yes, sir. I was living in a trailer with my grandmother at the time, where I was living in 2017.
Bo visited you. What was the purpose for the visit?
I'm not sure. He had some drugs. He wanted me to do some coke with him. I didn't want to, so it was a fairly short visit.
Between the time that you moved out of the house in Fitzgerald and then this next time that you're seeing Bo, had you talked to him on the phone at all?
No, sir.
Had you had any other kind of communications like social media, text messages, anything?
No, sir, not between them.
Did the two of you discuss Miss Grinstead during this visit?
No, sir.
Did he make any kind of threats?
He implied that this place would go up like wildfire. It was kindling.
And tell me about that statement. What was the context of that?
I don't know if it was before, but Bo was the pyro. You know, he liked to set fires. I would come home from work, and he'd be watching YouTube videos of fires.
And when he said this place, did he indicate what he was talking about?
He was talking about my home.
How did your experience involving Miss Grinstead's body impact you?
I think it ruined me.
Did you have nightmares about it?
I still do.
Did you try to commit suicide at some point?
Yes, sir, I did.
Overruled that again.
Did you try to commit suicide?
Yes, sir, on multiple occasions.
When was that?
I think the first time was not long after I left MDI, so it'd been 06, early 07.
And that was when you were back living with your family?
Yes, sir.
Was it just the one suicide attempt, or were there others?
There were multiple.
When was the next?
A couple years later, maybe a year or two later.
How did you try to kill yourself?
It's sleeping pills.
Once you were back living with your family out at Pleasure Lake, were you working?
Yes, sir, I always had a job somewhere.
Were they consistent jobs, like full-time type jobs?
Sometimes I've had a hard time keeping work because of my drug and alcohol problems.
Did you develop any health problems throughout this time period?
Yes, sir. Eventually, my kidneys, I went into full renal failure and started having liver issues as well.
What led to that?
The drinking, the drugs, taking the sleeping pills.
When was the renal failure you mentioned? What year was that?
2009, 2010. I get the dates mixed up now.
At that point, were you drinking?
Yes, sir.
How much were you drinking a day, just approximately?
Usually a fifth of liquor. I drink till I passed out.
Did you take any pills?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you smoke any marijuana?
Yes, sir, I did, almost every day.
Did you receive treatment for the kidney failure?
Yes, sir, I was on dialysis.
How long were you on dialysis?
It's a couple years. I'm not exactly sure.
And at some point, it sounds like were you able to end the dialysis?
Yes, sir, my kidney function got to where they were working okay, that I didn't need it.
Did you continue to drink?
I do good for a little while and then fall right back into it.
Did you did you continue to smoke marijuana?
Yes, sir, almost every day.
And did you continue to take pills?
Yes, sir, almost every day.
After you had the renal failure and went through the dialysis, did you have any other suicide attempts?
I don't think so. Like I say, my memory isn't as good as it was.
At this point in your life, did you have friends in your life?
No, sir. Other than my family.
How often did you see your family?
They lived next door, so it's pretty regular.
Did you have any pets?
Yes, sir. I had 3 cats and a dog. I've had multiple strays over the years.
You spoke to Agent Sheldell about this case in February, or did you speak to Agent Sheldell about this case in February 2017?
Yes, sir.
In we'll just say the few months leading up to that meeting with Agent Sheldell, how much were you drinking at that point per day?
I was back drinking again, so it was pretty regular.
Were you still smoking marijuana at the time?
Yes, sir. Almost daily.
What about pills? Were you taking any pills?
Yes, sir. Pain medication, blood pressure, cholesterol, depression, anxiety medication.
The pills that you took, did you have a prescription for those?
Some of them, not the pain medication.
Where did you get the pain medication?
It was fairly easy to get off the street.
The pain pills in particular, how did those affect you?
They kind of lifted you up, you know, like your morning coffee, and just kind of picked you up, helped you deal with, if you was in pain, it helped you deal with it, but it was a upper.
Do you, excuse me, did Agent Shaldell and Agent Holland initially come to see you at your house?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell them anything about Ms. Grinstead at that time?
No, sir.
Did you discuss a plan to meet with them at some other point?
Yes, sir. They had asked me to come the next day and have an interview, or they wanted to talk to me about a case they were investigating.
Were you contacted by Bo Dukes after you initially spoke with Agent Shaldell and Agent Holland at your house?
I was.
How did you communicate with Mr. Dukes?
I got a Facebook message from him that he wanted to talk to me on Messenger.
And were you already, I guess, Facebook friends with Bo at that point?
I was not.
Did Bo Dukes send you any kind of message?
He did.
Do you recall what the excuse me? Do you recall what the message was?
He, like I say, he reached out, told me that the GBI had talked to him, that he knew they wanted to talk to me and to keep his name out of it.
And that was just to make sure I have the time right, that was the same day that you spoke to Agent Shaldell and Holland at your house?
Yes, sir.
I understand you saying you want to get the date right. It's still a leading question, so I'm going to judge.
Did you meet with the agents the next day?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to bed that night?
I didn't. I stayed up the night. Right.
What time did you meet with Agent Shaldell on February 22nd?
I think it was around 12:30, 1 o'clock, something like that.
Did you have a car at that time?
No, sir.
Before you went to meet with Agent Shaldell, did you take any kind of medications or drugs?
I did.
If you would, tell the jury what those medications or drugs were.
I took a morphine pill. I took a Percocet. Probably a couple Vicodin. I smoked some pot. You know, I was up all night. I was shook up.
Did you have those pills, were they at your house?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a car at the time?
No, sir, I did not.
How did you get to the interview?
My mom and my stepdad gave me a ride.
Why did you take the pills that you took?
I knew I wasn't coming home, you know, so I just took what I had.
At this point, were you afraid of Bo Dukes?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that he had killed someone before?
Yes, sir.
When you met with Agent Shaldell that day, did you confess to killing Miss Grinstead?
I did.
Was that true?
No, sir.
When did you decide that you were going to take the blame for Miss Grinstead's death?
Sometime before I left home.
So it was that same day that you
Yes,
gave the
sir, that
statement?
morning or afternoon.
Why did you decide that you were going to take the blame for Miss Grinstead's death?
Because I don't think Bo will ever tell the truth.
When you spoke to Agent Shaldell, did you know, or do you know today, how Miss Grinstead actually died?
I do not.
Did you tell Agent Shaldell that you broke into Miss Grinstead's home?
I did.
Was that true?
No, sir.
Did you tell Agent Shaldell that you hit Miss Grinstead in her house during an attempted burglary?
I did.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Did you tell Agent Shaldell that Miss Grinstead died from a single blow?
I did.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Did you tell Agent Shaldell that you and Bo Dukes disposed of Miss Grinstead's body?
I did.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
At some point after you confessed to Agent Shaldell, did you change your mind about taking the blame for Miss Grinstead's death?
Yes, sir.
When did you change your mind about that?
I had a visit scheduled with my dad.
Why did you change your mind?
I couldn't lie to my father.
Did you break into Miss Grinstead's house on October 22nd or 23rd of 2005?
No, sir, I did not.
Have you ever been inside her home at any point in your life?
No, sir.
Did you ever strike Tara Grinstead?
No, sir.
Did you ever choke Tara Grinstead?
No, sir.
Did you help Bo Dukes dispose of her body?
Yes, sir.
Did you murder Tara Grinstead?
No, sir, I did not.
Did Bo Dukes tell you that he killed Miss Grinstead?
Yes, sir, he did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gibbs. All right, Ms. Hart, you prepared to go forward with your cross at this time, or?
I am, although I think it's going to take us past the lunch hour. I'm fine to start now, or I'm fine to start after lunch. I don't know kind of
All right, just a second. I think we got something for you to eat. It's already here, so let's break it this time so we won't have to start and stop. Please leave your pads in your chairs. Same deal. Don't discuss the case even among yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after lunch. So everybody remain in place while the jury exits for lunch. Thank you. All right, let's see how everything looks around 12:45 as far as starting back. Okay, that's an hour and 15 minutes. Thank y'all. We'll be in recess till then. All right, yeah, come on back down, Mr. Duke, thank you. Did you, Mr. Gibbs, you think of anything on direct you forgot to ask? Okay, all right, we'll get ready for the cross then.
The issue about Mr. Duke's.
Well, whatever y'all want to do. Why don't we get through this, but they need a heads up. What's your...
He's going to be here at 1:30 and his lawyer's going to be here at 1:15.
Okay.
And I read the case law and we can't tell them about testimony violates the rules of sequestration, violates the law. It's a substantive right and it's mandatory. So
That's why I asked. Thank you.
I went back to look.
No, good, thank you.
So based on that, our witnesses that I've told to be here at 3:30, still have them here at 3:30 today or tomorrow morning?
I don't know if they're gonna, I don't know. We just have to leave them where they are.
That's fine. We
So-
just, some of them had to take off work, so we're just trying to see exactly if we definitely weren't going to go today, we'd let them go back to work, but that's fine.
All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah, sure.
Ask the jury to join us, thank you. All right, welcome back. You can be seated, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We're ready to commence with the cross-examination of the defendant, Ms. Hart. You can proceed.
So Mr. Duke, let's start with a few things we can agree on. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You admit to being the person who called Tara Grinstead's house at around 9:30 on Sunday morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admit to the fact that you made that phone call from the G&G Food Mart, or what used to be the Swifty Mart.
Yes, ma'am.
And you admit to the fact that you used 411 to make that phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
You also admit to the fact that you traveled to Ms. Grinstead's neighborhood on the morning of Sunday, October 23rd as well, correct?
It's what I thought was her neighborhood, ma'am.
Okay. And did I understand you to say that you saw her car in the driveway?
I didn't see her car.
You did not see her car in the driveway.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I must have misunderstood you then. And you said you thought you were in her neighborhood, but you actually never knew where she lived. Is that correct?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'd never been to her home, ma'am.
So when you say that you didn't see her car, that's making an assumption that you drove by the right house, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Now, you talked about that the reason you went to Osceola in the first place that morning was to return her purse to her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you had her purse with you when you left Ben Hill County and came to Osceola?
Yes, ma'am.
And that purse also contained her her ID that you had talked about seeing?
Yes, ma'am.
And it contained her wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
And it contained her keys?
I don't know if it had the keys in it or not.
And the identification that you saw was her Georgia driver's license?
Yes, ma'am.
So it had her picture on it?
I think so. I just seen the name.
You just saw the name?
Yes, ma'am.
And right under the name was her address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't use the address that was on her driver's license to find out where she lived?
I didn't think to look at the address.
Well, you would agree with me that the address is right below the name, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And you knew that you were looking for a place on Park Street or Park Avenue, correct?
No, ma'am. I didn't know the address.
You knew it was in that neighborhood, correct?
What I thought was the neighborhood.
Okay. And that included Park Street or Park Avenue. I don't recall which.
I'm still not sure the street names in Osceola.
You're still not sure the street names.
No, ma'am. I grew up in the county, not
Okay.
the town.
But again, we can agree that you had her Georgia driver's license on the morning of October 23rd, 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
And it had an address on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But despite that, you called her house to try and speak with her to find out where she lived.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's right.
And after you did not get an answer from her, you drove to the location of where you thought her house was.
Yes, ma'am. The area.
The area. But you still never looked on her driver's license to determine what house she actually lived at.
No, ma'am. I probably wouldn't have recognized the street anyway.
And I don't mean this to be ugly, but you clearly read and write the English language, correct?
I didn't mean I didn't understand it. I meant I didn't know the vicinity.
Okay. But you would be able to read a street sign.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so after you don't get the phone call, you also try to find the house, but you can't find the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, even though your whole intent was to give her her purse back, you did not take her purse to the Ocilla Police Department, correct?
I did not.
And you did not take her purse to the Ben Hill County Sheriff's Department, where you lived?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't take it to Fitzgerald Police Department, where you lived?
No, ma'am.
Didn't take it to the Irwin County Sheriff's Department here?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you kept that purse.
I left the purse in the truck, ma'am.
You left the purse in Bo Duke's truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So even though your entire purpose that morning of getting up, driving to Ocilla, making the phone call, going to her neighborhood was to return the purse, you just left it in Bo's truck?
Yes, ma'am. I also wanted to. Bo had said that he had killed Tara.
Okay. But you've already told the jury that you still didn't believe that, correct?
I didn't believe it, but I still wanted to make sure she was okay.
But you didn't go to the police for them to check to see if she was okay, correct?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And in fact, until what you say is Bo took you to the orchard, you had no knowledge as to where her body was, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so as much as you knew, she could have still been at her house dying, correct?
She could have.
But you didn't call the police?
No, ma'am. That's if you take Bo's statements for truthfulness.
Well, I'm talking about what you said Bo told us.
Yes, ma'am. I understand
And
that.
you're saying that you didn't believe, sorry, let me go back. You've just said that you were still worried about her condition, and that's why you drove over there, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'd assumed he had just stole the purse.
You assumed he just stole the purse, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, despite the fact that the entire reason you went over there was to bring her the purse, you left it in Bo's truck.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't know what to do with it.
Okay. Well, you knew how to call 911, right?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think we had 911 in 2005.
You don't think y'all had 911 in 2005?
No, ma'am.
Did you know how to find out where the police department was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to call 411 to find out the number to the police department?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
But you never did any of those things?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, we can also agree that you did in fact have gloves, just like the one that was found in her yard, at your house back in 2005, correct?
I don't know what type of glove was found in her yard.
Well, you've seen the pictures repeatedly, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but that doesn't mean I know exactly what type of glove it is.
Right. Based on what you've seen, are you saying you didn't have that type of glove at your house?
I don't know. That was.
Well, how many times have you looked at these pictures of the gloves?
I still don't know what type of glove I had at the house in 2005.
So you're not saying you don't know what kind of glove was at her house. You're saying you don't know what kind of glove you had.
I don't know which either.
You don't know either. So are you saying that the pictures that we've seen of that glove in that yard, that you don't believe that that's the glove that was located?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that.
Okay. So again, you've seen those pictures. You understand what kind of glove we're talking about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your brother was a nurse back in 2005, correct?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't a nurse back then.
He was working at IT in the Irwin County Hospital.
Okay,
He was going to nursing school, I think.
So he worked at the hospital,
Yes, ma'am.
but he was not yet a nurse.
No, ma'am.
And he would, in fact, bring gloves home from the hospital for you to use at your house, correct?
I'm not sure if he bought them or brought them home.
But he was the one bringing them.
Yes, ma'am.
And now earlier you said that he used them to change the cat litter, but you used them to change the cat litter as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He was adamant about that. He was real germophobic. Still
Because
is.
it was your cats, or cats, plural.
No, ma'am.
Well, whose cats were they?
They were my stepmom's. She had brought them when she come down from Augusta. I don't know how I ended up getting the. Eventually,
Some point,
yes,
they
ma'am.
became your cats.
Yes, ma'am. They did.
Okay, because you're an animal lover, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had not only multiple cats, but you had dogs back in 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your brother was adamant that the cat litter stayed changed and fresh because of the fact that you said he's a germaphobe.
Yes, ma'am.
And you often use the gloves that he brought home to change that cat litter.
Yes, ma'am.
And did I understand you to say that you also used those gloves? No, actually, I think you said Stephen used those gloves to take out the trash. Is that right?
I think both of us did. If the
Okay.
trash was left in the truck and it rained, it just.
Okay. So you did, in fact, use those gloves to take out the trash as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, the gloves that you described to Jason Shadell back in 2017, those were the type of gloves that you had at your house in 2005, correct?
I think so.
Okay. Now, you've now told this jury that you did not just take one pain pill prior to speaking with Jason Shadell on the February 22nd of 2017, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
Well, you don't remember what you told
No,
them
ma'am.
before lunch?
It's how you're saying a lot when you're asking the question, so I'm not sure
Okay.
which part the question is.
So you're saying you've told this jury that back in 2017, prior to talking to Jason Shadell, you took more than one pain pill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you're saying that you took at least 3 pain pills?
I'm not sure how many I took, to be honest.
Well, you told the doctor back in 2019 that you took a Vicodin, right?
I'm sure I did.
You're sure you told him that, or you're sure you actually did take it?
I'm sure I took it. I don't know how many I took.
So sitting here today, when you've told them about all the pills you took, you actually don't remember that?
I remember taking a lot of pills.
A lot of pills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, you had previously, at least once, tried to commit suicide with pills, correct?
With sleeping pills, yes, ma'am.
And you've told this jury that when you left your house that day to go meet with Agent Shadell, that you knew you weren't coming home?
Yes, ma'am.
But instead of, well, I mean, just put it clearly, you decided to take pills so you could feel better, right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Well, didn't you say earlier that when you take a pain pill, it's sort of an upper for you?
Yes, ma'am. Usually it is.
Doesn't make you sleepy?
No, ma'am.
Doesn't make you not know what's going on around you, right?
If you take enough of them, yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about you. You've had a lot of experience with taking pain pills, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that particular day, you said you took enough pain pills to make you feel that upper, right?
I think I took enough that I kind of overdid it.
Okay. Well, as someone who took pain pills on a regular basis, wouldn't you know whether you were overdoing it or not?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes you can overdo it and not realize it.
And when you took those pain pills normally, now not on February 22nd, when you took those pain pills normally, you drank with it as well, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Well, was it most of the time?
No, ma'am.
So most of the time you would decide whether you wanted alcohol or the pain pills?
No, ma'am. It was a matter of availability.
Okay. Well, you told the doctor that you normally kept at least 20 to 30, I think it was morphine pills on hand at any given time, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't tell him that, or you didn't keep him?
I didn't tell him it was morphine. I said hydrocodone or Vicodin.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I got the wrong pill. But you told him you at any point you had 20 to 30 Vicodin on hand at any time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And earlier, when you were asked by your own counsel, you said that getting pain pills wasn't really difficult for you, right?
Not back then, no.
Okay. And so back then that we're talking about is 2017, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously you were over 21, so getting alcohol wasn't a problem either, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so when you say it was a matter of having availability, you just said you always had pills available, correct?
Sometimes the guy wouldn't have them, so
Okay. So even though you said they were easy to get, now you're saying he didn't always have them.
just because something's easy to get doesn't mean it's always there.
Okay. So again, we go back to, you're saying normally you did not take alcohol and pain pills together.
No, ma'am, but sometimes I would take a
Sometimes you
pain
would.
pill or two a day till I run out of pain pills, but I'd never be drinking and popping pills.
So you did not mix alcohol and pills,
I tried not to.
even though you've admitted to the fact that you were an alcoholic.
Yes, ma'am.
But you were smoking pot during that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
And to be clear, when you say, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, when you were doing marijuana back in 2017 every day, were you smoking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You would agree with me that marijuana has a particular odor about it, correct?
It does.
And you would agree with me that when you went to the police department on February 22nd of 2017, you did not smell like marijuana, correct?
It depends on how good the pot is.
That's not my question. My question is, you didn't smell like marijuana that day, right?
It wasn't very good pot.
So the answer is no. You did not smell like marijuana that day.
I can't tell you what I smelled like or not.
So how long before you went up there do you think that you smelled like, or that you smoked a joint? Or half a joint, excuse me, I think that's what you told the doctor.
It would have been the last half of the joint I smoked,
Okay, and how long before your interview did you smoke that joint?
maybe an hour.
An hour. And you're telling the jury that you, sitting here, don't remember what you smelled like, correct?
Often you can't smell yourself if you're used to a certain way.
Well, that's not what you said, though. You said you don't remember what you smelled like.
Well, I mean, are you aware of what you smell like all the time?
I'm going to ask the questions here,
Sorry.
okay? The question is, you've told the jury that you just don't remember what you smelled like, correct?
I could have put on cologne or deodorant.
You could have, but you don't remember, right?
No, ma'am.
So, but you remember that it wasn't very good pot that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you've had a chance to watch the video from that day multiple times, correct?
I've seen it once.
Well, you saw it in the courtroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you'd seen it before the courtroom, right?
No, ma'am.
You're telling me you had never seen your interview from February 22nd of 2017 before you saw it in the courtroom?
I listened to the audio. I didn't watch the video.
Okay, so you've had a chance to listen to the audio.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had a chance to watch it in court here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And to be fair, the portion of yourself that's in the interview room you watched the day before in court as well, right?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
So the portion that you've seen in the interview room, you've actually watched yourself 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you sat in here just a few days ago, I think it was a few days ago, I believe, and you watched yourself walk through those woods, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted that you're wearing slide-on shoes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because you even said that your shoe is abnormally wide, so you normally have to wear slide-ons, correct?
No, ma'am.
You didn't say that in the interview?
I may have said it, but, you know.
It's not true?
No, I have wide feet.
Okay. So did you normally, back in 2017, have to normally wear slide-on shoes because you had a wide foot?
No, ma'am. They make wide-soled shoes.
Okay. So if you told Jason Shadell in that interview that you have to wear wide or slide-on shoes because you have an abnormally wide shoe foot, then that would have been a lie?
No, ma'am. I had several pair of tennis shoes that I could wear.
So again, if you told him that, that wasn't truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, but you admit you're wearing slide-ons that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've watched yourself at least once now walking through those wooded areas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said yourself you're a country boy, right? You grew up in the country.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're familiar with walking on uneven terrain.
It's not really uneven in South Georgia. Mostly it's flat.
Well, I didn't say that it was hilly, but it's uneven. There's briars, there's brambles, there's all sorts of things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Pine cones if it's a pine tree, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you and Agent Shadell talk about the fact that there are briars everywhere that you're having to walk around, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay.
No.
And how about, do you remember taking a longer route at one point because you told Agent Shadell you didn't want everyone else to have to walk through all that mess? I'm paraphrasing, but...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were cognizant enough to know that you didn't want to inconvenience other people and having to walk through what would have been harder, I guess, because of the briars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're telling this jury that prior to, let's say within a few hours of that walking around, that you had taken at least 3 pain pills,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you had smoked half a joint,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you had taken a Valium.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now you've already told us that the pain pills give you an upper, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you know that normally pain pills make people sleepy, right?
Medicines affect different people different ways.
Okay, I didn't ask that. I asked, you know that normally pain pills have the opposite effect on people, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. And what about the Valium that you took? What kind of effect did that have on you?
Valium would be for anxiety,
I didn't ask that. I asked what kind of effect it had on you.
to mellow you out.
It mellowed you out. Okay.
I
So-
took it because I have anxiety issues.
Okay, but you also told the doctor you took the Valium because you had, that you took the Percocet because you had anxiety issues too, right?
Percocet's a pain pill.
Well, I know that, but didn't that what you told the doctor?
I don't know. I remember what you're saying.
Okay. Do you not recall that you were interviewed back in 2019 by Dr. Tulitsky?
I remember the interview, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were here yesterday when Dr. Tulitsky testified. You got to hear all of his testimony, correct?
I don't remember him saying that I took a Percocet for anxiety.
My question is, you got to hear everything he testified to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, to be fair, you've gotten to hear everything everyone has testified to in this trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's my right.
I understand that, but you understand other witnesses can't, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what you're saying is you don't recall Dr. Tulitsky saying that you told him you took a pain pill because you had anxiety?
No, ma'am, I think you're quoting that wrong.
You think I'm quoting? Well, then what do you think he said?
I don't think he said I took a pain pill for anxiety.
Right? You want to see the report he did? See if he misquoted you?
That's fine. I don't remember him saying that.
Well, have you seen his report that he did previously?
No, ma'am, I'm not privy to the doctor's reports.
Your defense counsel didn't show it to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you say you're not privy to it, but you understand you could have seen it, right?
I don't see the value in seeing it,
You didn't see the value in seeing it.
in me
right?
seeing it.
So you assumed that when you spoke with the doctor, he got everything you said right?
I assume everyone's capable of human error.
Okay. But you didn't feel the need to look at it to see if he got what you said wrong?
No, ma'am, I still don't remember that.
Okay. Do you need to?
I'll object to that. Your object showing in the report, he's already said he's never seen it before.
Judge, he specifically, we're talking about an interview that he did, that he gave, that he said. And so he has said actually that he thinks I misquoted the doctor. And so he can absolutely look at this and tell me if the doctor got it wrong or if I misquoted the doctor.
Go ahead, I'll give you the last second.
Yes, Your Honor. She asked him specifically about the testimony that Dr. Tulitsky provided in court, not about the document. And she can certainly ask him about his testimony in court, but showing him the document's another thing, and he's never seen that.
May I respond, Judge? Go ahead.
Not to admit it.
No, but just show it to him.
I'll allow it. Overrule your objection.
And just to be clear, because I think I asked you this question, before we talked about his testimony, my question to you is, do you recall telling him, it's actually the Vicodin, but it's a pain pill, that you took a pain pill and that you took them for your anxiety?
No, ma'am, I don't remember saying that I took pain pills for anxiety.
My approach to witness, Judge. Please don't read this to the jury. If you can read right there under where it says drugs.
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, I do see it.
Okay. So, sorry, I don't want to stop you if you're.
No, you're fine, ma'am.
So, again, when you're saying that I misquoted Dr. Tulitsky, could it be that possibly you just misheard him?
I don't remember him saying that. I hadn't seen that report till you showed it to me.
So are you saying that in his report he misquoted you?
No, ma'am, we may have got our signals crossed about what I took for what, because he has Valium listed on there too.
Okay. So if yesterday he told this jury that you told him that you took Vicodin, took 1, maybe 2 pills, and that you took them for anxiety, then he would have been misquoting what you told him.
I'll sustain that.
Are you telling this jury that if the doctor testified that way yesterday that he's misquoting you?
He may have got the pills mixed up.
The doctor may have gotten the pills mixed up.
I don't remember telling anybody I took pain pills for anxiety.
But didn't you say earlier during your testimony that your memory's not what it used to be?
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
And that's because of your drug use, right?
It is.
And so we've also talked about the fact that you were, that you at some point had to be on dialysis because of the damage from drug use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, it's specifically from the damage from attempting to commit suicide numerous times.
Yes, ma'am. That along with the alcohol abuse.
Okay. And you were on dialysis, but you had been, you were on dialysis, you said, for about 2 years?
I think so.
At the time that Agent Shadell interviewed you, you had been off of dialysis for at least a year.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when he interviews you and he asks you about scars or anything of that nature, you point out that you do have a scar from your dialysis, correct?
Yes, ma'am, right here in my chest.
Okay. And you even tell him that you're supposed to be taking a lot of pills, but you never take them, correct?
I couldn't afford the medications.
But you were on disability.
That doesn't mean it pays for pills.
Are you telling this jury that your disability didn't pay for your pills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It didn't pay for, what pills did it not pay for that you were supposed to be getting?
Any anxiety medicine, or really any medication. There's different levels to your disability.
Okay. And your disability, you're saying it didn't pay for your Valium?
No, ma'am.
And we've already talked about that the morphine that you bought illegally, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Vicodin you bought illegally, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Percocet you bought illegally, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then obviously marijuana you bought illegally because that's not legal in Georgia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're telling this jury you couldn't afford to buy the pills that you were supposed to be taking, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Some of the prescriptions were $80 to $100 a bottle for a month.
You're not familiar with any programs out there that help you to get your medications?
There weren't any back then that I know of.
Weren't you on Medicaid?
It didn't cover the medications.
You're saying Medicaid doesn't cover medications?
It didn't cover the pills I took.
What pills were you supposed to be taking that Medicaid allegedly wouldn't cover?
Mental health medications.
What pills were they?
Prozac, diazepam.
Okay. So Prozac and Valium do the same thing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So
I
you're
think
supposed
so.
to be on both?
It depends on which time. I've been on several different medications.
Well, I'm talking about specifically February 22nd of 2017, when you told Agent Shadell that you were supposed to be on, I think we even heard it from your attorney, a butt pile of medicines that you didn't take.
Yes, ma'am.
So what medicine were you supposed to be on February 22nd of 2017 that you had not taken?
Blood pressure medication, cholesterol medication. I said it. I've been on so many different medications, it's hard to remember.
Okay. But you were taking your antidepressant and Valium, correct?
When I could afford them.
When you could afford to.
Yes, ma'am.
But you've told the doctor that you took your Valium that morning, correct?
I had my pills at that time.
Okay. So when you said, I'm supposed to be taking these pills, your antidepressants were not one of those, correct? Want me to ask it differently?
I'm trying to remember if I took if I had the prescription at the time. I don't think I did.
So when you told the doctor that you took Valium that morning before you were interviewed, that was wrong as well?
No, ma'am. I had a prescription for diazepam.
You understand, you just said you didn't have your Valium that morning.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't have a prescription for antidepressants. Valium is an anxiety medicine.
Okay. So what was it you were supposed to be taking that you didn't take?
I said I've been on Prozac, Cymbalta. There's a few more. It's just escaping me right now.
So the answer is you don't know.
For the antidepressants, no, ma'am.
Okay. And Later on in that interview, you have a very detailed discussion with Agent Shadell about how you don't like to take pills, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay, well, how many times have you listened to the audio with Agent Shadell?
Including court,
Yes.
3 or 4 times.
And you don't remember having a, I don't know, 5-10 minute conversation with Agent Shadell about why you don't like to take pills?
No, ma'am, I don't remember that.
You don't remember specifically Agent Shadell talking to you about it and you talking about the side effects and that's why you didn't like to take them?
Yes, ma'am, I do remember
Okay,
talking
so
about
you
the side
remember that.
effects. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you told him you didn't like to take pills because you didn't like the side effects, correct?
A lot of the newer medications has more severe side effects that, in my experience.
So that's a yes. You told Agent Shadell you didn't like to take the pills because you didn't like the side effects.
It depended on the medication.
My question is what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did tell him that.
Yes, ma'am.
And despite that, you're telling this jury that on that morning you took Percocet, Vicodin, morphine, and diazepam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you told him you didn't like to take pills because of the side effects, that was not completely accurate.
No, ma'am. Them are fairly well-known pills that have, they're well-known side effects. They're not newer medications with
I understand that, but they have side effects, right?
Yes, ma'am, some.
And in fact, that's why you were taking them, because you weren't prescribed them for pain, correct?
The pain medication, yes, ma'am.
That yes, you were. Yes, you were not prescribed them.
I was not prescribed them at the time.
And so you were taking them specifically because you liked the side effects.
No, ma'am. I was in pain.
You were in pain.
Yes, ma'am.
But you told this jury you liked them because they were an upper.
That doesn't mean that I didn't need them.
But a doctor didn't prescribe them to you.
Not at that time, no.
And you understand that a doctor certainly never prescribed to you Percocet, Vicodin, and morphine all at the same time, correct?
No, ma'am. It's,
Okay. And again, you were on Medicaid, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And each of those pills would have been 50 cents copay if you'd had a prescription, correct?
If I had a prescription.
Okay. Instead, you were paying at least $4 a pill, I guess?
Yes, ma'am. It depends on the pill.
Depending on the pill. Well, which one was more expensive? Percocet, Vicodin, morphine?
Morphine.
Okay. And the Vicodin, how expensive was that back in 2017?
They were fairly cheap.
What's your definition of cheap?
$1 or $2 a pill.
Okay. So $1 or $2 a pill, and you kept 20 to 30 of those on hand at any given time.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you've already said you weren't working during that time, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you were receiving disability, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You received a little over $1,000 a month for disability.
No, ma'am.
How much was your disability?
It was around 900.
Around $900 a month.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you know that because you kept getting disability while you were in jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood that while you were in jail, you were not supposed to be getting disability.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that, okay?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you kept getting disability for more than a year, right?
I'm not sure when they cut the check off.
You kept getting disability for more than 2 years?
I don't know.
And in fact, you had your brother, Stephen Duke, take your disability card to go get the money off of it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He was in control of my money.
Well, you say he was in control of your money, but he was putting a lot of it on your books, correct?
Some, yes.
And he wasn't doing anything with your card that you weren't telling him to do.
At the time, yeah, I think that's correct.
At the time, you think that was correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the interview with actually, no, before we go to the interview, I want to talk about someone else. You know somebody named Zach Gerard, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And Zach Gerard is a former friend of yours.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were, in fact, friends with him in Greene County when you went to school there.
Yes, ma'am.
After your arrest in this case, Zach Gerard got back in touch with your mother, right?
I'm not sure how it came about that he got in contact with me.
He got in contact with you, though, somehow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was speaking to you while you were in jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, at the time, if you made the phone call from the jail, it's recorded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have to have like a pen to be able to make a phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
You were specifically, though, using someone else's pen so that the jail couldn't record your phone calls?
No, ma'am.
You're saying you didn't use someone else's pen so that it didn't record your phone calls?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll listen to that in a second. When you were talking to Zach Gerard, you spoke with him several times while you were in jail, correct?
One or two, I'm not sure.
And you corresponded with him by mail.
Yes, ma'am. We did exchange letters.
He put money on your books.
I think so.
He bought you actual reading books. There's some way that he could buy you books off of Amazon so you could read them.
I think he bought a book or two. Yes, ma'am.
And you were very appreciative to have someone like Zach Gerard to talk to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never knew, however, that Zach Gerard was recording your phone calls, did you?
No, ma'am.
And so when you were speaking with Zach Gerard, you just thought you were talking to a friend, correct?
No, ma'am. The jail records phone calls.
Okay.
I knew that.
So you think that this one was recorded by the jail?
Almost all the calls are recorded. I had to sign a waiver
Okay.
to be able to use the phone.
Well, again, that's assuming you're not using someone else's pen, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that, I understand you're saying you don't do it, but other inmates do that. They will use someone else's pen so that we can't track their phone calls.
No, ma'am. Sometimes they don't have money on their phone,
Okay.
so they'll buy a phone call or you let somebody use the phone.
Okay. But that happens.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't learn that Zach Gerard was recording your phone calls until after some of them were aired on national television, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned about that, and you were very upset that he had recorded you.
I was upset that he released them to the news more than anything.
And in fact, Zach Gerard is one of the main ways, he's one of the main people who assisted you in getting defense from the merchants, correct?
He set up the interview between them. I don't know how involved he was in that process.
Well, didn't y'all have phone conversations about the fact that he was going to get her to come meet with you?
I remember him talking about her meeting with me, but that doesn't mean the merchants would have took the case.
But in fact, they did take the case after that, right?
Yes, ma'am, they did take the case.
And you're familiar with the fact that both Ms. Merchant and Zach Gerard appeared on the Up and Vanished podcast together. Or at different, I don't know if it was different times, but they both appeared on Up and Vanished.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
I hadn't heard the podcast. I've been in jail.
Okay. You are aware of the fact that the same special in which Zach Gerard aired your phone conversations, he also Ms. Merchant appeared.
I just said I have not heard the podcast. I'm not
asking about podcast. I'm talking about the Oxygen channel. You said you knew that he aired your phone calls, so you knew about it, correct?
I did not know where. I haven't seen the special either.
Okay. But you became aware that Zach Gerard released your phone calls.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were aware, no matter where it came from, you were aware that Ashley Merchant was on that same program.
I was aware. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you spoke with Zach Gerard, you spoke with him, at least some, about Tara Grinstead, correct?
He asked me questions. Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with Zach Gerard, you had no idea that those were ever going to be played for anybody else, correct?
I knew the phone calls were recorded, but, I mean,
You didn't expect anyone to ever play them, though, correct?
I knew every phone call I made would be recorded.
So, when you told Zach Gerard that you had been sleeping with Tara Grinstead, that was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
This was the same Zach Gerard who was putting money on your books, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The same Zach Gerard who was buying you books so you could read it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He bought a book or two.
The same Zach Gerard who was at least in some way trying to assist you in getting an attorney, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you lied to him.
Yes, ma'am.
You told Zach Gerard that Bo Dukes took Tara Grinstead to the orchard while she was still alive, correct?
I'm not sure what the conversation entailed. been a couple years since I talked to Zach.
Well, so you're saying that if you lied to Zach Gerard about Bo Dukes taking her alive to the orchard, that you wouldn't remember that?
I don't know what Bo and Tara did or didn't do.
Well, that's my point. You're saying you don't know. So if you told someone that it happened, that would be a lie. You don't know that.
Yes, ma'am, I did not know that. I don't know that.
So these lies that you were telling Zach Gerard, you can't even remember what you lied about.
With Zach, I was probably telling him what he wanted to hear.
You can't remember what you lied about.
Not these conversations, no.
You told them that Bo tied her, excuse me, you told Zach Gerard that Bo tied Tara Grinstead to a tree, correct?
I don't remember any of this.
You don't remember any of that.
No, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that if you told Zach Gerard that Bo tied her to a tree, that you have no actual knowledge of that, correct?
I have no knowledge of telling him that it was Tara he tied
We're going
up.
to get to the phone calls in a second. My question is, I'm asking you, if you told Zach Gerard that, you're admitting that you had no personal knowledge that that ever occurred.
I'm aware of Bo taking multiple women out to the orchard and tying
Now
them
hold
up.
on just a second. You're aware of that because
Yes.
you've heard rumors, correct? And
Yes,
my
ma'am.
question's about Tara.
Yes, ma'am.
And you already know what can and cannot be talked about in this courtroom, correct?
To some degree, yes.
My question is, if you told Zach Gerard that Bo tied Tara Grinstead to a tree, then you were lying to Zach Gerard when you said that.
I don't remember making that statement.
But if you did, that's a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what about someone other than Zach Gerard? Did you tell anybody that Bo had told you he tied her to a tree?
I don't remember that.
Okay. So even if it wasn't Zach Gerard, if it was someone else that you told to them that Bo tied Tara Grinstead to a tree, you made that up.
I don't ever remember saying that.
But if you did, it would have been something you made up.
I don't think I made it up.
Actually, Mr. Bailey, if you don't mind, can I get you to pull this up while I listen to questions and share the one down it for me? We'll come back to those in just a moment, so I want you to be able to hear it. Okay, so let's talk about your interview with Agent Shadell. Specifically, your interview with Agent Shadell, you've told this jury that when you walked in there, you had already decided to lie to him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about what you're saying, the details you're saying you lied about. You didn't just tell them that you broke into her home. You told them that you were breaking into lots of people's houses, correct?
I told them that, yes.
And you're now saying that that was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
And Bo Duke certainly didn't tell you to come up with this idea that you were burglarizing a lot of houses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't come up with that idea, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was something you just added on your own.
I'm not sure where that come from.
Well, it came from your brain, right?
I understand that. I just,
Is that a yes? It came from your brain?
yes, ma'am, obviously.
Okay. You told them that you told Agent Shadell that you broke into her house and that you were going through her purse, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I told them that.
You told him that. But now you're saying that that was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, Bo Dukes never told you to lie about stealing from her, correct?
No, ma'am.
So you made that up yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You told Agent Shadell that you hit her, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I told him that.
And you're now saying that was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've already told this jury that you're claiming you don't know how she died, correct?
I don't.
So you came up with an idea of how you think she may have died.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Again, that didn't come from Bo, that came from you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you've admitted to making this phone call. So let's talk about, defense counsel's asked a lot of questions throughout this trial about the phone call. When Agent Shadell first asked you about whether or not you called Tara Grinstead's house that morning, you told him no, correct?
I think that's correct.
You've already told this jury that when you walked in the police department that morning, you were prepared to confess, correct?
I was prepared to take the blame for something I didn't do.
So that's a yes, you were prepared to confess. Whether it's truthful or not, you were prepared to confess.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that you had, in fact, called her phone that morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when Agent Shadell asked you, did you ever make any phone calls, and you said no, you were lying to Agent Shadell.
Yes, ma'am.
But the fact that you called her house that morning, in fact, shows that you were involved, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So then why did you feel the need to lie about not calling the house that morning?
I'm not sure I was thinking clearly at the time.
Okay. But you had already said you went in there that morning knowing that you were going to lie.
I knew I was going to take the blame for something I didn't do.
Which you're saying is a lie, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went in that morning, you had already come up with what you were going to tell him about how it happened, correct?
I still don't think I was ever sure. I still don't know what happened, so I don't.
Not talking about what you're saying the truth is. I'm talking about that you said when you walked in that morning, you'd already come up with a story about what you were going to tell Agent Shadell.
No, ma'am. I'm not sure I had any story in my mind.
Okay. So you're admitting to the fact that you lied to Agent Shadell when you said you never called her that morning, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you just don't know why you lied about that.
No, ma'am.
Now, earlier when you told, did you get this put up for me? Just a moment, Judge. What number am I on? Exhibit number? 286. Try this up. Just we would mark a copy of the recorded conversation between the defendant and Zach Gerard as 286 and seek to publish that for impeachment purposes.
All right, any objection? Thank you, that's admitted without objection. States 286, you can publish that at this time.
Thank you, Judge. And I haven't had a chance to practice this, but hopefully it's going to work. Or it's not. Okay, just a moment. Yeah, I did it properly. Is this board sheet around? Yeah. I think that's what you told me to, but I can't see it. And our system's not turned off right now. Can you get the whiteboard on? So just we're having technical difficulties. Of course.
I'll be fine.
Well, I can keep going while they bring in the whiteboard, or we can take a break, whichever. Can we keep going?
Why don't you bring it in? Y'all want to stretch out? Now would be a good time to do that if you want to. We'll just remain in place while we make alternate audio arrangements, sounds like. that sound is. Just let it go as long as we can. When they start it up, cut it off, okay? When that stops. Trying to cool it off a little.
If you don't mind me asking, maybe what the fuck happened? I mean, you can't talk about it as a secret, but I mean, I got a good idea what happened, but I don't know for sure. Like, what I don't know for sure is like, what the fuck did y'all bring it to her ass at? I can't really say all I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I'm sleeping with her. I have been on off and on since high school. That's my involvement, and I said, fuck it, we'll get to pretty much.
So you not only made up that you were sleeping with Miss Grinstead, you made up that you've been having sex with her since high school, correct? And in fact, the truth was you never even met Tara Grinstead.
Other than walking past her, no.
Never exchanged words with her,
No, ma'am.
and certainly never had sex with her.
No, ma'am.
But here you are telling someone who you consider a friend that you were sleeping with her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now going back to the interview that you did with Agent Shadell, let's look at the other things that you are saying now about what you're claiming the truth is. You're saying that you don't actually know how she died, correct?
I don't know how she died.
Multiple times, Agent Shadell asked you if you strangled her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And each time, you denied strangling her, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I never strangled anybody.
But you're saying you didn't hit her either, though, right?
No, ma'am.
So again, if you were prepared to confess, why not just admit to strangling her?
I don't know.
What about Agent Shadell asked you multiple times if you saw her without her clothing on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you multiple times told her no. Multiple times told him no.
Yes, ma'am.
But again, you're saying you were already prepared to go to prison for the rest of your life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you decided you just couldn't agree to having seen her naked, correct?
I guess.
Okay. But you've told the jury now that you have, in fact, seen portions of her body, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But in 2017, for some reason, you just were not willing to tell Agent Shadell you had seen portions of her body naked.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was despite the fact that you had indicated at that point you had nothing to lose, right?
I still didn't know what happened to her, so I couldn't.
I understand, but you came up with one story, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other story that he was asking you about, based on your testimony, was just as likely to have occurred, right?
No, ma'am.
It wasn't just as likely to have occurred?
I don't think so.
Okay. So let's go back to some of the things that we can agree on. We can agree that on October 23rd of 2005, you were at the orchard in Ben Hill County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can agree that on October 23rd of 2005, Tara Grinstead's dead body was in that same orchard.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can agree that you saw her dead body, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We can agree that you touched her dead body.
After I was told to
The
pick her
answer is
up.
yes, you touched her dead
Yes,
body.
ma'am.
Okay. We can agree that you helped move her dead body.
Yes, ma'am.
We can agree that you helped Bo Dukes get the pecan wood to be able to burn her body.
Yes, ma'am.
We can agree that you were in the truck when you drove Tara Grinstead back to the place where she would be burned.
I don't know if that's where he continued to burn her or not. I was only there that one time.
You were only there that one time. But you were there because you've already admitted you helped put her lifeless body on top of that fire pit.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you don't want to admit to having seen the match struck, but you know that she was set on fire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that on October 23rd of 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that on October 24th of 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that on October 25th of 2005.
And every day after?
That's right. Every day after. And you never told a soul.
No, ma'am.
Never went to the authorities, correct?
No, ma'am.
Never even went and posted something anonymous online about it.
No, ma'am.
Never went to her family and told them what happened to her body.
No, ma'am, I did not.
And you knew that for every day from October 23rd of 2005 to February 22nd of 2017, they were looking for Tara Grinstead.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that her family was suffering because they had no idea what happened to her.
I think about that every day.
But you didn't do anything about it, did you?
I did not.
And in fact, you never told anybody, correct?
No, ma'am, because I was scared.
You were scared. So what we can also agree on is that you're willing to lie when the stakes are high, correct?
No, ma'am.
You're not willing to lie when the stakes are high.
No, ma'am.
Well, you're saying you lied to Agent Shadell, right?
I'm talking about right now.
I'm not talking about right now. I'm saying when the stakes are high, you're willing to lie.
I'm trying to make that right.
But you're still willing to lie, right?
Not today.
Not today. But you'd agree with me the stakes are high, right?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
You want the jury to believe that you lied and confessed to a murder you didn't commit because you were scared of Bo Dukes, right?
I lied and confessed because I did not think Bo would ever tell the truth about what happened, about what he did to her.
But you confessed to her murder, right?
I did.
You could have just told them the truth and they would have still had some semblance of peace, right?
I don't know that. It's easy to look at something from after the fact.
You knew they were looking for her every single day.
Yes, ma'am.
You even say you have nightmares about it, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
But you never went to law enforcement prior to February 22nd.
I've stated why.
The answer to my question is you never went.
No, ma'am.
And for every day from October 23rd to February 22nd, you stayed quiet.
I did.
And you lied every day. You didn't tell people what happened to Tara Grinstead.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You told Agent Shadell, well, let me ask you this. When you saw Tara Grinstead, you said that she was covered up with leaves of some nature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But she had some sort of clothing on, but you can't really remember what it was.
No, ma'am.
And she may have had shoes on, but you're not sure.
No, ma'am.
She wasn't wrapped up in anything besides leaves, though.
No, ma'am.
So when you told Agent Shadell that you brought a quilt from your home and wrapped her in that quilt, that was another lie.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was another thing that you came up with all by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you thought it sounded good?
I don't know why I said what I did.
You talked about Bo having a dark sense of humor, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know we've sort of tried to minimize it, but let's be honest. Bo was your best friend for years.
He was my friend. I don't think Well, I was his friend. I don't think he was ever a friend of me.
You two were attached at the hip?
I wouldn't put it like that.
Heard witnesses say you didn't see one without the other?
Most of the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Y'all partied together?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2005, you were living together?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't just live together in the one trailer, but you moved out of that trailer and moved in to another one with Bo.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were living at home when you went to ABAC, but you stayed at Bo's house in Tifton all the time.
Bo didn't live in a house at ABAC, or when he was at ABAC,
Where do you live?
in the dorms.
You stayed at the dorms with him, right?
The second semester, I think I hung out more there. Yes,
Fine.
ma'am.
So, again, even from the time you're in college, you and Bo are pretty well joined at the hip.
Yes, ma'am.
You spent all this time with someone that you want this jury to believe you didn't even really like that much.
I don't think I ever really knew him.
You don't think you knew him?
No, ma'am.
Well, you kept living with him even after you're telling this jury you believed he was a murderer.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like you knew him then?
I still don't think I know him.
And part of that's because, but you knew he had this dark sense of humor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you could have some dark sense of humor too, right?
I assume so.
You assume so? Do you not know if you have a dark sense of humor?
I have a sense of humor. Yes, ma'am.
You don't think it's dark?
That's for everybody to decide for themselves.
So you can't tell us about your own sense of humor?
I don't know how to answer that.
Is that because you don't know what I'm about to show you, right?
No, ma'am, because I don't know how I would judge my own sense of humor.
Showing opposing counsel at Martin State's Exhibit 287. You told this jury multiple times that you can't stand the idea of violence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to leave the military because you just couldn't stand the idea of possibly having to hurt someone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's in Martin State's Exhibit 287. You recognize that, correct?
Is it a joke?
You recognize that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize that because that's a letter you wrote.
Yes, ma'am, I recognize this letter.
And you recognize that you wrote that letter to Zach Gerard.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a true and accurate copy of the letter you wrote him, other than my highlighting, correct?
Without context, it looks worse.
That's a true and accurate copy of the letter you wrote him, right? Now, at this time, I seek to admit 287.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
That would be admitted without objection. 287. You'll have to supply, please.
No, you've just said that that was a joke, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd agree with me it's a pretty dark joke, right?
No one is.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a joke about violence, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Something that you went AWOL because you just can't even stand the idea of it.
And it's still a joke.
So the answer is yeah. It's a joke about violence, and you can't even stand the idea of violence, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
He didn't answer the question, Judge.
Overrule that objection.
Can you repeat the question, please?
It's an objection about violence, correct?
An objection about violence?
Excuse me.
It's a joke.
It's a joke about violence.
It was a joke about if someone told me to end in the Game of Thrones that they'd be shanked.
It was, well, let's just read this since I can't get back to work. I told anyone who told me about season 7 will be shanked. That's what you wrote, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about season 7 of Game of Thrones.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess Game of Thrones is something you really liked?
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty violent, isn't it?
It's fantasy.
Still violent, though, right?
This violence is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you even go on. I'm just warning you. Or yeah. You know, all formal and such. Ha ha. That's what you said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your joke to Zach Gerard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, you'd agree with me, you have a pretty dark sense of humor too, right?
Yes, ma'am. I guess.
In your letters to Zach Gerard, you talk about, he tells you have a bunch of fangirls now, correct?
Yes, I remember him talking about that.
And you tell him while you're in jail, waiting trial for murder, that you're going to let him be your matchmaker.
It was a joke.
You tell him you were going to let him be your matchmaker.
It's still a joke.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
You even want to know if he knows who the fangirls are, right?
I'm assuming you have the letters, so yeah.
I do. Do you not remember them?
No, ma'am, I don't recall all the letters I wrote.
Do you remember telling him that most of the women who write you in jail are old enough to be your mom?
I must have wrote that.
Right. You were pretty disappointed about that, correct?
I don't remember.
Showing Defense Exhibit 2, showing the Defense States Exhibit 288. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 288. You recognize that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize that because it's your handwriting,
I recognize it. Yes, ma'am.
but it's your handwriting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, other than my highlighting, that's a true and accurate copy of the letter you wrote Zach Gerard.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I will tender this into evidence as 288.
Any objection?
I'll object to the relevance, Your Honor, to the relevance of this to any
Your Honor?
case.
Okay. Would you like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. He's just a moment ago told us how he thinks about the family every day and how this haunts him. The fact that he's writing in jail about fangirls and other things of that nature certainly relevant at this point.
Anything further, Mr. Gibbs, you'd like me to consider?
Just reassert relevance.
I overrule that objection. That's admitted over your objection. State 288.
You wrote, most of the women who do write are old enough to be my mom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you finish it with, you go on, tell anyone who wants to write me, please do. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you finish it off with, I'm going to let you be my matchmaker. Ha.
I said it was a joke.
But that's how you finish it off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you say you're ready for football.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. And then 289. May I approach the witness, Judge? Sure. Show you the mark 289 again. You recognize that, right? You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
True and accurate copy of the letter you wrote to Zach Gerard on October 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender into evidence States Exhibit 289.
Mr. Gibbs, any objection?
Make the same objection.
289 is admitted over objection. Thank you.
Now, you're aware that October 23rd is the day that Tara Grinstead died, right?
I am.
That's the day that you say you saw her body laying out in the orchard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the day that you say that you had to help burn her because you had to do what Bo said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this letter on October 23rd, you weren't thinking about Tara Grinstead, were you?
Just because I didn't put it in a letter doesn't mean I wasn't thinking about it.
You weren't thinking about her family on October 23rd, right?
Just because I didn't write it in a letter doesn't mean I wasn't thinking about it.
Instead, what you're writing about is, again, all your fangirls.
No, ma'am. I told him I didn't believe him.
You're writing, I'm not saying that you believed it, you're writing about fangirls, correct?
I'm writing in response to what Zach wrote. But yes, I wrote that.
Now, prior to your interview with Agent Shadell on February 22nd of 2017, you told this jury you'd never been inside Tara Grinstead's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That means you wouldn't know what's inside her home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd never seen any pictures inside her home.
Yes, ma'am.
But you told Agent Shadell the reason you knew whose house it was because of the pictures on the wall, correct?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But obviously, if it's in the recording that we've now listened to,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's another lie you're saying you made up?
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, Bo never told you anything about seeing pictures on her wall, correct?
Everybody has pictures on their wall.
Bo never told you anything about seeing pictures on her wall, did he?
Bo never told me he'd been to her house.
Okay. That's exactly my point. You came up with that yourself, correct?
I guess so.
Agent Shadell asked you multiple times about what happened to the purse, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when Agent Shadell asked you about taking anything from the house and about the purse, you said you didn't even remember anything about the purse.
Yes, ma'am.
But you told this jury that that purse is how you even knew that something was up.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you told Agent Shadell you didn't remember anything about her purse, that was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a lie, even though you had already intended to take the rap.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a moment, Judge. You told Agent Shadell that sometimes you just lose it, right? I'm paraphrasing, but sometimes you just lose it.
It's in the interview. I guess I said that.
Okay. And you talked about that sometimes you just can't control yourself.
I guess I said that.
Okay.
I don't remember it.
You don't remember saying that. Well, is that true? Sometimes you just couldn't control yourself.
No, ma'am.
That wasn't true. Okay. You also told us today that you would never you would never drive after drinking tequila, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
However, you do have 2 convictions for DUI.
That wasn't after drinking tequila.
You have 2 convictions for DUI.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of those was here in Ocilla.
Yes, ma'am.
After your arrest, your mother and stepfather bonded you out.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got home to their house, you were acting so erratically, they called the police to come back and get you.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Now, you haven't mentioned this, so I want to ask you about it. You told Agent Shadell that cocaine was your drug of choice, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so.
You guess so? You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
That's the interview you've listened to 3 or 4 times, though, right?
The interview is a couple hours long,
And you were there when you said it, right?
apparently.
Cocaine was your drug of choice?
No, ma'am.
So you're telling the jury that when you told Agent Shadell cocaine was your drug of choice, that you were lying about that too?
Yes, ma'am.
Bo Dukes never told you to go in there and tell him that cocaine was your drug of choice, right?
Bo told me to keep his name the fuck out of it.
Okay. So my point is, Bo Dukes never told you to tell him cocaine was your drug of choice.
No, ma'am.
And so you made that up all by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're telling the jury that you didn't regularly use cocaine?
No, ma'am.
Back in 2005, you had actually been to that orchard for parties multiple times.
Once or twice, yes.
Once or twice, that's it?
At the time, yeah.
And you kept going to that orchard even after you helped burn her body there.
No, ma'am.
You didn't keep going to the orchard?
Well, I went twice.
Twice.
Both with Bo.
But you went for a party at an orchard where you're telling this jury you helped burn a body.
Bo convinced me to go.
Did he tie you up?
No, ma'am.
Did you throw you in the truck?
No, ma'am.
Did he drag you to get you there?
No, ma'am.
He just said, hey, you should come, right?
No, ma'am.
What did he do that forced you to go to the orchard where you burned her body?
He told me it would look bad if I wasn't there.
He told you it would look bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There were numerous people there that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Bo did, in your words, Bo made a statement joking around about the two of you killing Terry Grinstead.
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard Bo make this statement.
Yes, ma'am.
And your response was to laugh.
I didn't laugh.
You didn't laugh.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're saying that no one heard you laugh that night when Bo made that statement?
No, ma'am.
He has knowledge of it, Judge. If he was there and he laughed, he would know if other people heard him laugh.
I won't sustain that.
You didn't tell anybody it wasn't true.
No, ma'am, I didn't.
You didn't correct Bo, right?
No, ma'am.
You didn't tell him, man, that's not funny.
I don't. No, ma'am.
Okay. So what did you do then when Bo said, we killed Terry Grinstead?
I walked away.
You walked away.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't cry.
No, ma'am.
You didn't feel the need to go to law enforcement after that.
No, ma'am.
And do I understand you that your testimony is that one of the main reasons you were so scared of Bo was because of his family? Is that right?
Because his family would protect him.
Okay. But you knew that Bo's family had written him off.
Now, yes.
You knew it back then when he was sleeping in your room.
Yes, ma'am. That's what he said.
You knew it back then when he wasn't contributing to your household, right?
That's what he said.
He wasn't giving you any money.
No, ma'am.
He wasn't living in their houses out on the farm, right?
No, ma'am.
Wasn't working with them.
No, ma'am.
He was living with your house.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, the first place, it was 4 people, because you said your dad was there too at first, right?
No, ma'am. Not when Bo was living with us.
Okay, so 3 people living in a 2-bedroom trailer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you still thought, or you didn't believe that Bo's family had written him off?
That's what he said.
And you knew it was true because he didn't have anywhere to go but with you.
I knew his mom would repeatedly kick him out, but would let him come back.
And certainly his uncles weren't helping him out.
I don't know who helped Bo. I wasn't.
You weren't what?
I mean, I wouldn't be involved in that.
But that's what was so scary to you, right?
Can you rephrase the question?
Well, you said that you were afraid Bo's family would help you out, and that's one of the reasons that you kept this quiet all these years.
Bo's family never helped me.
Never helped you?
Yes, ma'am. That's what you said.
Well, excuse me, I apologize. Let me get this right. You said that the reason, one of the main reasons that you never came forward all these years was because Bo's family would help him.
Bo's family would provide him with a lawyer or
Like
him-
3 lawyers, maybe?
They took my case without asking for any money.
But you did have some money to give them, right?
Yeah, $900 a month.
And when your father died, you got $25,000.
Part of that.
Was it part of it, or did you get all the 25?
Part of it.
And you put that in your brother's name, right?
Yes, ma'am. He handled all of my money.
That's because you were in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And you put it in your brother's name so you could still claim to be indigent.
I don't know that that's true.
Well, you were advised to put it in your brother's name, weren't you?
Nobody told me to do anything about that.
You told the jury, you made a point to tell the jury earlier, that Bo's grandfather was so powerful that one of the bills that he passed was to start the GBI. Is that right?
That's what Bo said.
That's what Bo said. You never looked into that, right?
No, ma'am.
But you made a point to tell that jury this morning, right?
That's what Bo said.
Well, you didn't tell them that's what Bo said. You had said you had knowledge of the legislation that had been passed.
You objected to me saying that Bo brought it up.
So you got it in even though you knew you weren't supposed to be testifying to hearsay at that point.
No, ma'am.
You didn't get it in?
No, I'm saying I'm not sure how to answer the question.
Well, it's because you knew you couldn't say Bo said, so you just went ahead and said you knew it anyway.
I'll object to this and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, he heard the objection himself. He's the one that brought up that I objected.
I sustain that.
Do you know if that is you?
Let me see the board just a second. Okay. Let's everybody remain in place while the jury steps outside or goes in the jury room, wherever they want to do. Turn it on. About 10 minutes. All right, hang on a second, shall we can get them to close that door. You can be seated, Mr. Duke. Thank y'all. All right, is Mr. Dukes here? Okay. Is his attorney here? Okay. Do y'all want to, y'all think about how my prior ruling about Mr. Duke's testimony may need to be reconsidered or in light of Mr. Duke's testimony? We'll be in recess about 10 minutes. seated, thank you. Mr. Duke, you have some.
I went down and handled that. You know what we talked about? You want me to address it in chambers? Or if we
Okay. Y'all come on. Minutes, tell the jury we'll be. both sides ready for the jury? Okay, let's ask the jury to join us, please. Okay, thank y'all. Please be seated. Ms. Hart, you can continue with your cross.
Thank you. Now, again, I don't recall exactly where we were, but I know we were talking about the fact that it was you made a point to let this jury know that Bo's grandfather had helped start up the GBI with his legislation, correct?
That's what Bo told me.
Okay. And, of course, I'm assuming you never looked into this to see that the GBI started in the 1930s?
No, ma'am.
Or that Newt Hudson would have been about 10 years old when the GBI actually started?
I didn't say what Bo said was truthful.
Well, actually, earlier you did present it as true, right?
I do not know if Newt Hudson got funding for the GBI or not.
Okay. So you didn't know that was true when you said it either?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you spoke with Jason Shadell, as part of your explanation for how you got into her house, you talked about using a card to get into her house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you even went so far as to say that it was really easy to use a card to get into people's houses, right?
I said that, yes.
And that you had locked your own self out multiple times, and so that's how you knew how to do it, correct?
Usually it was the bedroom or the bathroom.
But the answer,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
told that to Agent Shadell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in fact, that part was true, that you knew how to open a door with a card.
A door inside the house, yes, ma'am.
Well, you didn't clarify that. You just said you knew how to open a door with a card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that the same doors that you put on the outside at times can be the same doors you put on the inside.
Depends on the house.
Thank you. Now, you talked earlier about a situation in which you said Zane Deal, I believe it was Cliff Benson, and a third unknown person came to the house to visit with you and Bo, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I understood you correct, that living room area had a love seat, a couch, and some other chair?
2 recliners.
2 recliners, a love seat, and a couch.
Yes, ma'am.
And the couch was completely empty.
I think so, yes, ma'am.
And 3 grown men were sitting on the love seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were sitting
In
where?
In the recliner.
In one of the recliners.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so Bo was one of the 3 men that were sitting on the love seat?
No, ma'am. He was in the other recliner.
He was in the other recliner. But you weren't sitting on the couch, right?
Not that I remember.
Okay. But for some reason, you just thought this was really odd. Is that right?
It was just, we were watching TV, and you can't see the TV very well from the sofa.
Okay. But they weren't all sitting together on the couch. That would have been bigger.
Say that again?
Well, they weren't all 3 sitting together on the couch.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And that particular evening, y'all were drinking.
I'm not sure if we were drinking or not.
Well, it would be fair to say that back in 2005, 2006, that when your friends got together, you were generally drinking, correct?
It depended on if it was a weekend or not.
Okay. And in fact, back in 2005, 2006, when your friends got together, there was normally drug use.
Usually when there was a party, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, the party that you're talking about at the orchard, after you helped burn Terry Grinstead's body, there was drug use.
Not that I remember.
So you don't remember smoking pot that night?
I could have. I don't remember.
You don't remember using cocaine that night?
No, ma'am.
But you were drinking?
Yes, ma'am, most likely.
Because most of the times when you went to parties out there, you were drinking, right?
When there was a party, yes, ma'am.
Now, you've told this jury that after Bo Dukes moved out, you didn't have anything else to do with him, correct?
As far as I know, I mean, they may have been I remember him coming by the house after he got out of basic.
Okay. From the time that he came by your house, got a basic, until he messaged you on Facebook the night before your interview, did I understand your testimony to be that you didn't have any contact with him?
No, ma'am, I think I talked to him earlier
You talked to him earlier when?
on Facebook.
Okay. When you say earlier on Facebook, you mean before February 21st of 2017, you had spoken with Bo Dukes on Facebook?
I'm not sure of the date.
Well, you got messages from him the night before your interview, right?
Yes, ma'am, I remember that.
And your interview was February 22nd, 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're saying you talked to him on Facebook, it would have had to have been before February 21st of 2017.
Yes, ma'am, I'm assuming that.
Okay. And this is a person who you're saying forced you to help him move a lifeless body of Tara Grinstead.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the same man who you're saying forced you to help burn the body of Tara Grinstead, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the same man who you're saying had essentially threatened you that he would burn down your trailer if you said anything.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the same man who you're saying that you were so scared of him because he'd already committed one murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But the conversation you had with him on Facebook was you reaching out to him.
I don't remember that.
You do recall the conversation, the Facebook conversation that occurred on February 21st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with the fact that there's a copy of that conversation in the case file.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're admitting that you're the person who was talking to Bo Dukes on Facebook that evening.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Judge? Sure. I'm going to show you, I've marked the State's Exhibit 290. You recognize that, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And that is a portion of the conversation you had with Bo Dukes on February 21st, 2017 on Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's not the complete copy.
Well, I understand that. There's more to it, but I'm focusing on the question I just asked you.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a portion of that conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that is the true and accurate as it relates to that portion, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I'm assuming so.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender an evidence State's Exhibit 290 for impeachment purposes.
Any objection or board action?
Yes, Your Honor, I would object to based on the rule of completeness, it's a partial, Attorney Hart has referenced that this is only part of a conversation, and I'm assuming that you got the rest of it without showing him. So for rule of completeness sake, I would say that everything should be considered together.
There is more, and the defense counsel has it as well. The reason I'm only introducing this page is this is the page that references the question I just asked him about the prior communication. The rest of it would obviously be hearsay and would not be relevant for impeachment purposes. So that's the reason I'm not introducing those. I have no objection to them introducing it. The state's just not introducing it because that would be improper hearsay from Bo at this point.
Anything further?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit that over objection. 299. Excuse me, 290.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Force, you got me. Okay. And you can see on your screen, sorry, we're going to need to get that pulled up for you. You can now see the exhibit on the screen in front of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And specific as to the question I asked you, the dark messages, those are from Bo, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I assume so.
Okay. Well, I mean, this came from Bo's account, right? Not yours.
I mean, yes, ma'am, I guess I've never seen the opposite end of it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't see this side of the...
Okay. You haven't seen it as part of your discovery?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. I was saying had this conversation from the other side. I never seen it.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all seeing this? Okay, thank you.
But looking at what's said, you know that what's in the dark message is what Bo said to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's in the white message or gray message is what you said to Bo.
Yes, ma'am.
Bo specifically said to you, why did you message me the other day? And your response was just to say, hey, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. He had left me messages to talk to him on Messenger.
Okay, but that's not what this says. This says you just wanted to say hello to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The man who made you burn a body, you just want to say hello to.
Yes, ma'am.
The man who traumatized you for the rest of your life and forcing you to see Tara Grinstead's body, and you just want to say, hey.
Yes, ma'am.
The man who you essentially said ruined your entire life and made you a drug addict, you just want to say hey to.
I never said he made me a drug addict.
Wasn't that the testimony you've given, that you didn't become a drug addict until after this happened?
You either are or you aren't a drug addict.
You said back then you didn't have a problem with drinking in 2005.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't.
You told the jury that, right?
Yes, ma'am. But you're, like I said, you're either alcoholic or you're not.
You've told this jury, you've implied to this jury that your problem with alcohol became a problem after this incident, didn't
Yes, ma'am. It did.
you? Okay. And you just wanted to say hey to him.
Yes, ma'am.
This man that you were so afraid of and you thought that he might burn down your house, you just wanted to say hey.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
That question was not asked, Judge.
Overrule that objection.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
All right, and you, of course, can submit anything else in that
That's the rest of it. I don't mind.
conversation if you'd like to. Sure, without objection, as I understand it, right, Ms. White?
Your Honor, it would not, I don't think at this point we would have an objection based on the fact of the rule completeness. I just couldn't tender it because of confrontation.
I got it. All right, read the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one moment here. Mr. Duke, how much have you paid me to represent you in this case?
Nothing.
How much have you paid the merchants to represent you in this case?
Nothing.
Have you made any IOUs or otherwise made any promises to pay us?
No, sir, to neither one.
Has your family paid us on your behalf?
No, sir.
Has anyone else paid us on your behalf?
No, sir.
Did you have a lawyer present with you when you talked to Agent Sheldell?
No, sir.
Did Bo have an attorney present with him?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
What's the basis for that?
What's that?
Did Bo have an attorney with him where?
Oh, when he spoke to Agent Sheldell.
He wasn't present, Judge.
I will draw the question.
Step down, please.
You testified earlier that you were afraid of Bo Duke.
Yes, sir.
Why are you comfortable telling the truth now, here today?
Because Bo's in prison.
Did you take an oath to tell the truth here this morning?
I did.
And have you told the truth to the jury today?
Yes, sir, to the best of my ability.
And did you admit under oath this morning to committing a felony in Ben Hill County?
Yes, sir, I did.
How do you feel about waiting this long to tell the truth? How do you feel about not telling Ms. Grinstead's family before?
I feel awful every day. It's something I got to live with. It's a question I got to ask myself every day. Is why I made the choice I did.
No further questions.
Follow up, Ms. Hart.
You already know you can't be prosecuted in Dion County anymore, don't you?
Objection, call for speculation. Legal conclusion.
Would you like
No,
to be
he
heard?
specifically asked the question when he talked about the fact that he admitted to a felony as if somehow that implicated him in a crime. If he knows he can't be prosecuted anymore because of statute of limitations, that's relevant.
All right, I'll allow over objection.
You already know that you can no longer be prosecuted in Ben Hill County related to this crime, don't you?
No, ma'am, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that. Before you testified today, you never discussed the fact that you'd be admitting to a felony.
No, ma'am, It didn't come up. I'm just trying to tell the truth.
Just like you told the truth to Zach Gerard?
No, ma'am, I admitted to lying to Jack Gerard.
Just like you told the truth to Jason Shadell?
No, ma'am, I've admitted to lying to Jason Sedell.
Just like you told the truth to the jury today when you told them you knew about Newt Hudson starting up the GBI?
I told the jury what I knew to the best of my ability, and I thought I've been as honest as I humanly can be today.
You thought you were being as honest as you humanly can be.
I have been as honest as I humanly can be today.
But we've already talked about the fact that you don't mind lying when you feel it's necessary, correct?
I can't undo the mistakes I've made.
Mr. Duke,
Ma'am.
you don't mind
Yes, ma'am.
lying when you feel it's necessary, do you?
All right, Bo Duke. Come down here, please, Mr. Duke. All right, if you'll step up right there, best you can, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Hang on a second. Yeah, you can come on down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Duke's attorney. Tell me your name now.
Tracy Mullis.
Thank you, Miss Mullis. I'm sorry, I knew that.
okay.
Excuse me. All right, you can proceed.
Thank you. Will you please raise your right hand?
I did that.
Oh, you did? I'm so sorry. I was talking to Mr. Rigby. Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
On the advice of counsel, I'll be invoking my Fifth Amendment right not to provide testimony.
How'd you get here today?
On the advice of counsel, I'll be invoking my Fifth Amendment right not to provide testimony today.
Judge, may I introduce Defendant's Exhibit 4? I've already shown it to the state. It's a certified copy of his conviction in the United States District Court, the federal court for conspiracy.
Yes. Are you
Only
familiar?
under our prior objection, Your Honor.
All right. Sure, that'll be fine.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Thank you. Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 4. You can take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
On the advice of counsel, I will be invoking my Fifth Amendment right not to provide testimony today.
Mr. Duke, do you intend to invoke your Fifth Amendment right to every question?
I do, Your Honor.
Any reason to continue this?
No, Judge.
You be excused. Ms. Mullis, can I see you up here for a moment, please? Let me see y'all. Call your next witness, please. Who's that? I'm sorry.
Lindsay Ross McMahan.
Lindsay McMahan, please. Turn the door back on. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ms. McMahan. If you'll please step up right there before you're seated. If you'll give your attention to Ms. Merchant, she'll swear you in.
Okay, will you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can I have a seat? Can you state your name for the record?
Lindsay McMahan.
Okay. And Ms. McMahan, how are you currently employed?
I am the Irwin County Tax Commissioner.
Are you from Irwin County?
I am.
And do you know Ryan Duke?
I do.
How do you know Ryan?
We dated.
Okay. And can you describe that relationship for us? How he was when you dated him?
Just a good person. Humble, kind. Just a good person.
Do you know his reputation in the community for peacefulness?
Yes.
And what is that reputation?
Very peaceful. I mean, he never caused any commotion. He never started any confrontations.
Do you know his reputation for truthfulness in the community?
I mean, I've never known him to lie about anything, so.
Do you have any, do you remember any times when he was violent or avoided violence or anything like that?
No, I've never seen him be violent towards anyone. If anything, he tried to stay away from violence. Any particular instance?
Did he ever have any run-ins with your, I believe it's your ex-husband now?
Yes, so we were dating, and I believe he was home from a break from the military. And we were invited to come to a party that Bo was having at the pecan orchard. I believe when we got there, just a small crowd, but then as more people came, Hank ended up coming. There was a lot of tension, and I think that he and Hank had words, and Ryan just told me it wasn't worth it, you know, that he wanted to leave the party.
And you're aware that he's had throughout the years some mental health issues and things like that.
Objection, leading.
Are you aware?
Sustain that objection.
Are you aware of any mental health issues he's had over the years? I'm not asking any specifics about them, but are you aware of them?
I don't think I am aware of any mental.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any cross-examination?
I do, just a few questions. Ms. McMahan, you didn't actually know the defendant in high school, correct?
I did not.
You didn't meet him until you were already attending Valdosta State University, is that right?
I did not attend Valdosta State University.
What college did you attend?
I went to AVAC for a little bit, Wiregrass.
Okay. So you never attended VSU from 2003 to 2004?
I did not.
Okay. What college were you in 2003 to 2004?
Honestly, I don't recall.
You're here. Thank you.
No matter what college you were going to, you met the defendant while you were in college, correct?
No.
When did you meet him?
He was living with Hank in Valdosta, who I was dating at the time.
Okay. Do you recall giving an interview back in February of 2017 related to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall telling law enforcement that you met Mr. Duke when you were in college between 2003 and 2004?
I do not.
You indicated, though, that at the time that he was friends with Hank McMahan, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you go to school here in Osceola?
I did.
And did you graduate the same year as the defendant?
No.
What year did you graduate compared to him?
2000.
And when did he graduate?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. 2002 or 2003.
He's younger than you.
Correct.
So after high school, around 2003, 2004, is when you first met him.
I'm assuming so.
Well, you're assuming so. Do you not remember?
I don't remember the first time I met him. We're all from a very
Okay.
small town.
And then after you and Hank broke up back in that time period is when you started dating the defendant, right?
Correct.
And you dated him before he got into the military.
It was very soon before, yes.
And in fact, he enlisted in the military in 2004.
I believe so.
You told Agent Shadell that he began to change when he got into the military.
Okay.
Is that true?
I would have to read a transcript. I'm not sure.
Do you remember if he began to change when he went to the military?
Probably so.
Prior to your testimony today, did defense counsel let you listen to your prior interview?
No.
Did they let you read the summary of your prior interview?
No.
You broke up with, I may have asked this already, but I just want to be clear. When you broke up with Hank, you began dating Mr. Duke pretty quickly thereafter.
I don't remember the timeline.
When you broke up with Ryan, he took the breakup extremely hard, correct?
After we broke up, we didn't communicate anymore. I heard that he did, but that again would be hearsay.
And you would have told Agent Shadell that he took it extremely hard, correct?
I think that Agent Shadell actually told me that his parents said that he took it really hard.
Okay.
And I probably agreed with that.
Do you recall that you received a letter from Ryan after y'all broke up that he said he was going to kill himself?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, maybe we do need to listen to your interview.
Okay.
We'll go through a few more things. Do you recall telling Agent Shadell that you burned the letter that he sent you saying that he was going to kill himself?
I burned all the letters that he had sent me from the military, yes.
And then that's when you said that he fell off the face of the earth.
I guess so.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that in 2005, when Tara Grinstead was murdered, you weren't actually hanging out with Ryan Duke.
I was
correct?
not.
And at that point is when he had quote unquote fallen off the face of the earth.
We never communicated after I broke up with him, so, he left me alone.
So you have no idea what he actually was like in 2005?
I do not.
You have no idea if he was drinking heavily in 2005?
I do not.
You have no idea if he was using drugs in 2005?
I do not.
You believed that you were responsible for some of his suicide attempts because they came after you broke up with him, correct?
It felt that way.
And you obviously felt very bad about that.
I guess I said that, yeah.
All the information you've given the jury about Ryan Duke does not in fact relate to anything from 2005, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, even in 2017, when he was arrested, you had not had a relationship or any contact with him really since 2004.
Correct.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Merchant?
Did you ever ask the defense for myself or anyone for copies of anything that we failed to give you?
I did not.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Okay, brother. Ms. McMahan, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you want to do. The only thing I'll ask is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury today with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
It's called Dion Smith.
All right. Dion Smith. Just step down this way. Good afternoon, sir. All right, if you'll step up right there, please. Before you're seated, if you'll give your attention to Mr. Gibbs, he'll swear you in and direct your testimony.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please be seated.
All right.
If you would please start by stating your name for the record.
Dion Smith,
And where are you from?
Irwin County.
Did you grow up here?
Moved back here in the 8th grade. My dad was military, so we kind of lived all over, but 8th grade is when we moved back home.
Have you lived here since then?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Irwin County High School.
Do you know the defendant, Mr. Ryan Duke?
I do.
How do you know him?
Well, we graduated together, went to school together, played a little sports together, and was pretty good friends, through school. Yeah.
Did you have a lot of the same friends?
We did. Irwin County's kind of a small town, so you kind of have those certain little groups. But yeah, we had the main core circle of friends, pretty much.
Were you friends with him after high school?
For about a year and a half, 2 years, yes.
After you finished high school, how often would you see him?
I would see Ryan probably 3, 4, 5 times a week, some weeks, stopping by Bo Duke's house, and that's kind of where Ryan would be, and we'd all just kind of hang out, do our things, see each other. And,
Based on your knowledge of Mr. Duke and others' opinions in your friend group, how would you describe Mr. Duke's reputation?
Ryan was a good guy. Never in no trouble. Just real dependent. Somebody you can depend on. Real quiet, mild tempered. Kept to himself.
Do you consider him to be a peaceful person?
Yeah, very peaceful. Very peaceful.
Can you tell the jury about any specific times when Ryan, displayed any of those character traits?
Jack Harley's character was not supposed to go to any specific extremes of evidence.
Just ask him if he recalled any specific events that relate to those, Mr. Duke's character.
I sustain that character. That's just specific instances.
Did you ever see Ryan act violently in any way?
Not that I can recall.
How did Ryan act around girls?
Ryan was kind of shy, honestly, a little bit around girls. He was always nice, but treat them with respect. He was always the one to lend a hand, helping any way he could. I remember many instances. Ryan was the type that a girl could call, "Hey, my car needs jumping off. My battery's dead." He was that person. He was that friend.
Did you also go to high school with Bo Dukes?
I did.
Did you have a lot of the same friends as Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
What was Bo Duke's reputation?
Bo was more, little. I'm trying to find the right words. A little different. Just had a little darker side. A little sneaky. If I could use one analogy to describe Bo, it'd be kind of like the serpent in the Bible with Adam and Eve. He had a way of, making things seem good that weren't good. Manipulative. That was just Bo's demeanor.
No further questions.
Ma'am?
Ryan and Bo were best friends.
Yes, we were.
No, not y'all. Ryan and Bo were best friends.
They were good friends, yes.
And in fact, it was unusual to see one without the other.
At times. But I mean, you know, just like anybody, you know, you wouldn't always see them. They didn't work together every single day of every hour of every day, no.
Well, I understand that, but in that group, they were tighter together than they were with the rest of the group. Bo and Ryan.
After 2002, I would say that, yes.
Okay. And you say after 2002, but let's clarify. Well, let me ask you this first. You've had an occasion to be interviewed by the GBI, right?
Yes.
Back in March of 2017?
Maybe.
Okay. And I know it's been a while, but
Right.
do you recall having a chance to speak with me as well previously?
Yes.
When you spoke with the GBI, you talked about your knowledge of both Bo and Ryan. Is that right?
Correct.
And at the time that you spoke with GBI, you had in fact been listening to the Up and Vanish podcast. Is that right?
I had.
Okay. And it was based on hearing stuff on the podcast that you felt like you needed to come forward because you had information about the case?
Not pertaining to Ryan and Bo, but about another thing, yes.
Okay. And you talked about the fact that y'all often had parties out at the pecan orchard. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall saying that y'all would frequent the parties which were in the pecan orchard?
I've never been to one.
You've never been to one?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall saying that Zane Deal would frequent parties which were in the pecan orchard?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall saying that?
The text, the exchanges between phone conversation with me and Zane wasn't about the pecan orchard parties, no.
Fine. I'm not talking about the exchange. I'm talking about, did you tell Agent Shadell that Zane Deal would frequent the parties?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall telling Agent Shadell that you had in fact overheard a discussion about between Ryan and Bo about them murdering Tara Grinstead?
No, ma'am.
Now, you actually stopped hanging out with them in 2003 and 2004, correct?
Correct.
And that's specifically when I say them, I mean Bo and Ryan. You stopped hanging out with them in the 2003-2004 time period.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were not friends with them or hanging out with them at the time Tara Grinstead was murdered.
I was not.
And in fact, the reason you stopped hanging out with them was because you were tired of all the drinking and the drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
And you at that point had gone to college, East Central Tech.
Correct.
And you even, because you were no longer interested in drinking and taking drugs, that group sort of shunned you as a whole.
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say drugs, they were involved in smoking marijuana, correct?
That's it.
That's it?
As far as me, yes.
Okay. But you did know that persons who were in that group were also taking cocaine at times.
Now, when you say group, what do you know? That's.
You've talked about y'all's friend group generally. You knew that people in that group took cocaine.
Possibly, yes.
And again, it was that partying that you didn't want to do anymore that caused them to shun you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ryan was a part of that group, correct?
He was.
And this is sort of implied, but I want to make sure I clarify it. You didn't want to keep drinking and taking drugs, but the group did, and that's why they wanted to shun you.
I mean, if you need me to clarify that, I mean, because you're making a lot of assumptions. You know,
I'm just going off of notes I have. So
Right,
you told me that they shunned you when you told them you didn't want to party anymore. Is that
basically,
right?
yes. Basically, I went over to let Ryan and Bo, because I mean, it was pretty much us. I mean, there was a core little group of there, but me, Ryan, and Bo, we were together most days, every day in a week. And I went to let those guys, those two guys specifically, know that, hey, you know, this is not what I want to do anymore. And I say shun, you're using the word shun, but from that day forward, up until me sitting right here before you, I never spoke with either one of them again.
Okay. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my notes say shun. So is that not what you think happened?
Yes, that you can use that term.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Like I said, I don't want to put words in your mouth because it's been a while, but do you believe that that's an accurate description of what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
That friend group that you've talked about, that included, now obviously we're talking about prior to 2005 when the murder happened, but that included people like Zane Deal?
Zane's a lot younger classman than me.
Okay.
Would I see Zane at certain parties and stuff? Yes.
So in 2003, 2004, when you stopped going to parties with them, Zane was not going to the parties at that point? No? What about Ben McMahan?
I'd see Ben at some.
Okay.
I mean,
And Hank McMahan?
mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes for our court reporter?
Yes, yes.
No, we
Sorry.
all do it, but it happens. Garland Lott?
Yes.
Cliff Benson?
Yes.
Lindsay McMahan? Mel McMahan. She was back then Lindsay Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
And these were some of the people that would commonly be at the parties you're talking about.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Rudy Rogers. All right, Mr. Smith, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go whatever you want to do. The only thing I'll ask you is please don't discuss the testimony that you've given to this jury this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is over, okay?
Yes, sir.
Have a great day.
Thank
be
you.
excused. Call your next witness, please.
Kristen Daniel Davis.
Should have found it.
Hey, Miss Davis, if you'll just step up right there before you see to give your attention to Miss Gibbs. Or Miss.
If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today to this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, thank you. You'll have a seat and speak up so those folks at the back end of the jury box can hear you. Thank you.
Let's start by having you state your full name for the record and for the jury.
Kristen Daniel Davis.
Where are you from, Ms. Davis?
I'm from Osceola.
How long have you lived in Osceola?
Most of my life.
Where do you work?
I work at the Dialysis Center in Tifton.
And what's your job?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Valdosta State University,
Where'd you go to high school?
Irwin County.
Do you know Mr. Ryan Duke?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Duke?
We were friends throughout high school.
Did you have any classes with him?
Yes, I believe we did. I don't remember specifically which ones.
Did you have a lot of the same friends?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Duke's reputation among you?
He was always known to be a kind person, an easygoing person, just a good guy.
Did you ever go to Ryan's house in high school?
Yes, we did. Several times I remember going over, watching movies, hanging out.
How did Ryan act around girls?
Just the same as he acted around everybody else. Easygoing, just kind. I mean, he was always just a good friend to everybody.
Was he ever aggressive with girls?
No,
Was he ever violent with anybody?
no.
Did you see Ryan after he graduated from high school?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to see him. Had to have been a couple of years after high school. We ran into each other in Valdosta. That's where I went to college. I think we met up. I don't even remember where we saw each other really, but I just remember him. It was good to see him. You know, it had been a while since high school, since we'd seen each other, and he came over to my house there in Valdosta, and we were able just to hang out for a little while and talk and just get caught up.
About what year would that have been?
We graduated in 2002. That would have had to have been 2004 or 5, I believe, as best I can recall.
How was Ryan's demeanor when you saw him?
Great. Just, he looked well, just like he always did in high school.
Did things seem like they were going well there?
They did, yes.
Did you see Ryan at any point after you saw him in Valdosta that you just described?
No, not until years later, after I had learned he had attempted suicide.
I'm sorry?
After I'd learned that he had attempted suicide.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that.
Let me know if you can't hear, okay? You can't hear. If you'll please speak up.
Okay.
That lady at the very back. Thank you.
I think you just said you learned that Ryan had attempted suicide.
That's correct.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
I think it was sometime in 2008, either spring or summer.
Did you do anything in response to learning about that?
Yes, I went to see about him.
Where did you go to see him?
He was at his mom's house out at Pleasure Lake.
Where were you living at the time?
I live in Tallahassee, Florida.
And did you drive from Tallahassee to Ocilla to see Mr. Duke?
I did.
How did Ryan look when you saw him at this point?
Not well. He looked tired. I could tell that he lost weight. He had some hair loss. Not the Ryan that I remember.
Was his demeanor different?
Yes, he was very down and depressed at that time.
What did you do while you were at his house?
We watched a movie together. We watched a few episodes of a TV show. We hung out with his mom a little bit.
How long did you stay?
As best I can recall, several hours.
Were you alone with Mr. Duke during this meeting?
On occasions, yes. We watched TV in a separate room from his family.
Did you feel threatened at all by Mr. Duke while you were with him?
No.
Did he mention Miss Grinstead at all?
No.
Did he mention Bo Dukes at all?
No.
Have you ever felt threatened by Ryan at any point?
No.
When was the next time that you saw Ryan in person?
What I recall to be maybe several weeks later after I had gone to him, he came to my mom's house in Ocilla. It was late at night and my mom was already in bed and we sat out by her pool and talked. We had a conversation.
And how was his demeanor during that?
Still very down and depressed, I would say.
After that visit at your mom's house, did you have any further contact with him?
No, there were a few phone calls. He did call me a couple of times, but nothing of any significance.
Do you also know Bo Dukes?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Dukes?
We went to high school together.
And do you have some of the same friends?
Yes.
And what was his reputation?
I can't speak as much to his reputation. Bo and I were never good friends.
Fair enough. No further questions?
Any cross?
Ms. Davis, just to clarify, the incident that you're talking about seeing the defendant in Valdosta, when did that occur again?
It was after high school.
Do you know what year after high school?
As best I can recall, it was a couple of years after high school. We graduated in 2002, so I believe it to be somewhere around 2004, I would say.
Okay. Do you, sitting here today, though, you can't tell this jury if that was before or after Terry Grinstead was murdered, right?
No, I can't tell you that.
And in fact, it could have been after she was murdered, right?
I'm not sure. I really don't remember.
And that's really my point, is you don't know when that incident occurred, correct?
Right. It had to have been a couple of years after high school, though, because I do remember the current roommate that I had at the time.
Okay. And in fact, other than the 1, 2, I guess 3 times now that we've heard about you seeing Mr. Duke since high school, you actually haven't interacted with him since 2002, is that right?
Since 2002, I have interacted with him, yes.
Other than those 3 times?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. It's probably a poorly worded question. So since high school, you've only seen him 3 times?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've talked to him maybe a handful of times on the telephone?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had no knowledge of what he was like in 2005, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have no knowledge as to whether or not he was drinking heavily in 2005?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
You have no knowledge as to whether or not he was using cocaine in 2005?
No.
And everything you've described about him would be what you recall of him from 2002 or before.
I believe I did describe some instances after 2002.
But the questions you were asked about his reputation and the way he behaved and the way he behaved around women,
Right.
that was all from high school.
Yes.
Okay. Incidentally, defense counsel, Mr. Gibbs, he went to school with you as well, correct?
He did.
Now, you did indicate, or you have in fact been to at least one party out at the pecan orchard, is that right?
That's correct.
But you don't remember what year that was, is that right?
I don't remember.
Was it still in high school?
Yes.
And you only went that one time with a boyfriend, is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
And I hate to put you on the spot like this, but do you recall who that boyfriend was?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us who that was, please?
Yes, his name was Corey.
Corey? And when you went, you also, a friend of yours went with you. That would be a Miss Luke. I think she's a Luke now. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's Benja Luke.
That's correct.
Now, Benja Luke was also going there with her boyfriend at the time. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who was her boyfriend at the time? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. What was Benja's maiden name?
Kennedy.
Kennedy. However, she is now married to whom? And she got the last name Luke by getting married. Is that right?
That's correct.
And who did she marry?
Philip Luke.
Philip Luke. Okay. But do you know if Philip Luke is the one that she was dating at the time that y'all went to the orchard or not?
No, I don't believe that he was.
Okay. And obviously, I'm not asking you this to embarrass you. It's the high school years, but there was drinking out at the orchard that night y'all were there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall any use of other substances like marijuana, cocaine, or pills, or anything of that nature?
No, I don't.
So all you remember was alcohol.
Right.
But it would be fair to say the good bit of alcohol at the time.
Yes.
The conversation that you had with Ryan the night he came to your parents' house, you remember that pretty clearly, is that right?
Relatively clearly, I would say.
Y'all were actually sitting in your parents' pool soaking your legs, is that right?
Right.
And just sort of talking about life generally.
Yes.
And at that time, Ryan asked you specifically why the two of you never worked out.
He did.
And when he asked you that question, the way in which he phrased it, it insinuated to you that he was asking why a relationship between the two of you never worked out.
I do recall that being in the report that I read, but I don't remember that now. I can't say that I remember anything that he said that led me to believe that. It was mainly just the first comment, why did we never work out?
Okay. So sitting here today, you don't recall telling law enforcement that he insinuated that you had had some type of relationship with him?
Once I read the statement, I remembered having said that.
Okay.
Yes.
And understand, this has been a long time ago.
It has,
But
yes.
once you've read the statement, you do actually remember the context of him saying to you that, why did we never work out?
I do remember he asked me that, yes.
Okay. And you never dated Ryan, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, that's why you found his statement so strange, correct?
Yes.
Because it seemed to you that he was remembering a relationship that never actually happened.
I don't recall that being the case, that he remembered a relationship that had never happened. In my mind, I more so perceived it that he felt alone and was asking me why we had never worked out, like, why am I the only one that's alone now, was my perception of the conversation.
Okay. But I thought, again, you told law enforcement that you perceived that statement as insinuating that the two of you had some type of relationship.
Okay, I did read that in the summary, yes.
I'm not asking what you read. I'm asking, is that what you took from what he was saying?
I don't recall now taking that from what he said.
Okay. And I'm assuming defense counsel didn't actually let you listen to the interview that you gave?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Sure.
When you spoke with law enforcement, that wasn't a very long conversation, is that right?
It was not a very long conversation that I remember.
And the reason that you were speaking with law enforcement is that your friend, Benja, had already given them your name, is that right?
I wasn't aware that that was the reason we were having the conversation.
Well, how did you think they got your name?
I wasn't sure. I assumed it was because we were all friends in high school.
You don't recall telling law enforcement, well, let me ask you this first. They called your home, your work initially, correct?
They did, that's correct.
And you don't recall telling them that you knew why they were calling?
Yes, I do. They asked me why I thought they were calling, and I said, I think it's in relation to Ryan Duke.
And that's because Benja had told you to expect the call, is that right?
I don't remember that she told me to expect that call.
Prior to you speaking with law enforcement, you had had a conversation with Benja about what Ryan said to you, is that right?
I don't remember having that conversation with her.
Okay. Judge, I'll mark this list. Sorry, what exhibit on the line? 291. I would seek to play her interview with law enforcement. It's less than 3 minutes long.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Got some water.
Please.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, this is Kristen. Hey, Kristen, I'm McMahan calling for the video of your investigation and hearing board.
that refresh your recollection, the fact that Benja had given you a heads up that law enforcement would be calling you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then, Judge, I received some published, and they literally just told me my number, but I forgot already. What number? 292. 292, which would be the second portion or the second interview that she did.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, that's admitted without objection. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
And I will tell the court, this is a little longer, but I'm only going to play it to the portion that's relevant.
Talk with someone, I mean, maybe we appreciate you giving me a call back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry for calling you earlier.
No.
Not have enough break for me here to talk to you.
I understand. Yeah, I just wanted to talk with someone. I mean, I know when we talked a little bit earlier, you said Ben just kind of give me a heads up, so I know it's not a complete surprise. But I guess just starting out, could you just kind of tell me your relationship with Ryan and Bo back then, and kind of start with that?
So we graduated from high school together. We graduated from Earl County in 2002. And I mean, I never really had a real close friendship with both. I've always kind of kept to themselves mostly. I mean, we were in classes together and things like that, but I wouldn't say that we were really good friends or anything like that. I mean, as far as Ryan, you know, I mean, we hung out a good bit, like all of us. We just, I guess when you graduate in a small town like that, in a class together, you are pretty close with everybody, but, I mean, I wouldn't say that we really hung out a lot, but we did, you know, at times we went on our senior trip together. I mean, you know, we definitely had interactions, but, we weren't like best of friends or anything like that, and it was just a friendly type relationship.
Did you ever, were you ever like in any type of romantic relationship with either Ryan or Bo?
No.
Okay.
so when it happened, I think everybody was just in shock about it, something like that happened in Osceola, but other than that, I think, anything like somebody that we knew had any association with that is sort of mind-boggling for us, you just don't think that anybody that you go to high school with and go on your senior trip with could have anything to do with something like that. It's just shocking.
Sure.
Really.
Sure. Do you ever know Ryan or Bo to have any type of relationship with Ms. Grinstead, like outside of the school setting?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did as far as you said you were closer with Ryan, did you ever know him to have any like depression issues or suicidal thoughts or anything like that?
Yeah, not during high school, but after high school, let's see, it was around the time that I moved to Tallahassee, which was right after nursing school. And I graduated from nursing school in 2007 in the spring. So it had to have either been like around the summer of 2007 or the summer of 2008. I got a call from Lindsay just saying that Ryan had tried to commit suicide and that he was in the ICU. And of course, I don't remember him being a depressed person in high school. I don't remember that part of it. He always seemed very easygoing and, just kind of carefree in high school.
Yeah.
But at that point, she told me about the suicide attempt. I was pretty shocked at that. But apparently he tried to take a bunch of Tylenol was the rumor. I don't really know exactly what happened with that.
Okay. Did you ever go see him or talk with him after that or around that time or anything? Like go visit him in the hospital or when he got out?
I did not go to the hospital. I did go and see him at his mama's house in Osceola, out at the Pleasure Lake area. I think, in my mind, I was fresh out of nursing school and I wanted to save the world,
Yeah.
I just thought, well, this guy that I went to high school with, that was a really good guy in high school. We were friends and he was a nice guy. And I just felt like what could possibly be happening in his life to make him want to take his life. And so, of course, I came home from Tallahassee. I guess I was in Tallahassee at that point because I remember him continuing to make contact with me, just calling my cell phone at times while I was there, off and on. But I went to him and, I tried to kind of talk to him and I don't know, I just wanted to help him. I just wanted to find out, what was wrong, is there, what I could do to try to help him. And I remember his mama being there, and I tried to talk to him, but he was just a completely different person than the person I knew in high school. He was quiet and sort of removed, I would say, just kind of disconnected and very down. Just really, and it was a grim situation. And when I got there and started talking to him and trying to, it was just, I didn't expect to see that. And I think at that point I knew that, what I wanted to do was try to be a friend to him and that just wasn't going to be a possibility. He was not at that point in his illness to be able to open up and say, this is what happened and I need somebody to talk to and that kind of thing.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Now, did he ever, during y'all's, even around that time or even before then, did he ever try to have any type of relationship with you?
No. He was a nice guy. He was a good friend, and he was always one of those guys that was just easy to talk to and easy to hang out with. He never tried to pressure you or anything like that. Of course, I had a serious relationship in high school, so everybody kind of knew I was, I did my own thing, and I was in a relationship for about 4 years the whole time. I started in 10th grade and right into college, so they didn't ever really try to. It was almost like the pressure was off. It's like you could just be friends and nothing else because you knew I was just kind of off limits, sort of, so to speak.
Did during this time where you went and saw Ryan after a suicide attempt, did he ever say something to you, looking back now, that you just consider strange? Did he ever say anything to you that made you think that he thought y'all were in some type of relationship?
The only thing that he ever said to me that I thought was really strange, and I couldn't tell you verbatim now, this is years ago, but it was something to the effect of, Kristen,
problem with that? Thank you.
Ma'am, you never knew that Ryan had any mental health issues in high school?
In high school, no.
Okay. And in fact, I think we just heard you describe him as carefree. Is that right?
Right.
And so it would surprise you, I guess, then to learn that he was suffering from depression in high school?
Yes.
And it would surprise you to learn that he was suffering from anxiety in high school?
Yes.
And if that was the case, he certainly appears hid it from you.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions?
You redirect. Ms. Davis, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you want to do. Just don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury today with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded,
Yes,
all right? Thanks so much. You'll be excused at this time. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, can we address the scheduling issue briefly with the court?
Sure. Okay. Let's take about this will be a real 5-minute recess. Y'all will step to the jury room for me, please.
Is the motion to state filed to preclude character evidence related to Bo Duke's reverse 404B evidence related to things he had done in relationships with other women.
You're talking about the Houston County stuff and a Ben Hill County?
That's separate, Judge.
Okay. All right.
That wouldn't be for bias. That would be for reverse 404B prior acts evidence under the statute. We have two.
Yeah, I understand, but those are the acts themselves you're talking about. No?
No, this is
Okay.
separate. The Houston County involves different women.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Right. Houston County is what we've been talking about in terms of the 622 bias evidence
Right.
that we wanted to introduce with Mr. Dukes. The court did not rule that we could or could not do that with him, that we had to address that at a different time when it came up. So we have a couple of witnesses that we'd like to bring on that issue, but if the court's going to issue a ruling denying us that, we'd like to save the time
Sure.
from having to come down here.
What is the subject matter of their testimony?
So they will test. One of the witnesses is the lead investigator on the case. He's been charged in the indictment.
This is about the indictment of rape.
With the rape and the forcible rape
Right.
at gunpoint, that sort of stuff. They tied up the women and they ran screaming from the house to some people across the street. We intend to call two witnesses. One of them is one of the alleged victims in that case, and the other witness is the lead investigator. So we intend to call two folks on that issue. And then we also have two women who we would present as reverse 404B witnesses that would talk about personal relationships with Bo Dukes they had and specific experience in the orchard where he tied them up and took pictures, and at least one incident where one of the women's husbands had a gun pulled on him by Bo Dukes.
All right. Against their will? Is that
Yes.
what you anticipate?
Rape is the common theme here, Judge. Yes.
All right. Ms. Hart?
Well, just one as to the, he keeps saying it's not the Houston County stuff, but it sounds like at least one of the things he's talking about is the Houston County charges that Bo has pending. I don't think it's actually a rape charge, but it is a aggravated sodomy or something of that nature. As it relates to the lead investigator, obviously we would object to that because that's going to be complete hearsay if he's going to try to say that someone else told him. As it relates to the charges generally, I thought the court had ruled, as it relates to the Houston County stuff, that it wasn't coming in unless the door got opened by the state. Again, there are no allegations in this case that Ryan Duke's been charged.
What I remember talking about was that I wanted to hear from the witnesses in a pretrial setting before deciding whether or not to let any evidence in. I think, at least as far as the alleged rape case goes, that's in the indictment stage, not a conviction. What could the nature of the investigator's testimony be?
Just to confirm the charges are pending, which triggers the bias under 622. He's not going to talk about the details of the case.
All right.
The indictment, which, by the way, count 1 is rape, he's going to confirm that the charges are pending, and that's it.
And then I guess because he actually has 2 pending charges in Houston County. One involves a allegation of something that occurred in February 2017 that was not indicted, even though it allegedly occurred first and was indicted second. And that involves an allegation from one victim. There's another.
And that's likewise pending, right?
That's likewise pending.
Right.
That is an allegation of rape. The case that happened second in time but was indicted first involves the allegations that made the news related to the 2 females that he's charged with sexual assaults that allegedly occurred at his home in Houston County. But my understanding is both of those are pending in Houston County, and I'm unclear which of those we're talking about. But as it relates to those, we stand by our position that, as the court has said, it's pending. And at this point, there's no reason to show bias because the court's allowed him to invoke his Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. There's certainly nothing that he has done that has been assisting the state in this case, in this presentation. We haven't used a single word that he said. And in fact, I was very careful, even in the conversation that he had with Ryan, to only tender as it related to the one specific thing about Ryan contacting him. And so what on earth could there be a reason to show bias for when he has not provided any testimony contrary to the defendant? That's my argument as to the Houston County. Again, I still don't know which Houston County case they're talking about.
All right.
I can clarify, Judge.
All right.
It's indictment number 2019-C-54265-K.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On that, I want to hear from the witnesses outside the presence of the jury before I decide.
As to the other judge, we did actually include an allegation in our motion.
Hang on just a second. Are they present now?
No, Judge. That was the scheduling issue. We went a little bit faster than we thought, so we didn't have them here. But I also wanted to make sure that Your Honor wanted to hear from them rather than have them come and you not.
I'm not saying I'm going to admit it, but I want to hear the testimony.
Yeah, I understand, Judge.
All right. Go ahead.
So the other thing was in my motion to limit this testimony, I specifically referenced a case, not even a case, an allegation from a female who indicates that Bo Dukes and she had consensual sex in a location that she believed was a pecan orchard, but actually I don't believe she knows where she was based on the description she gives. She talks about it being near his family's home, which does not match up with any of the testimony in this case. And that was a consensual situation. So that's the only one that I know that they're talking about. And we've made our argument about that already, but I can continue. But again, I don't know what other allegations they're talking about that he allegedly tied someone up against their will in the orchard.
I think what we can do, Judge, is just have them come in the morning, make a proffer outside the presence of the jury, and then Your Honor can make a ruling.
I'll be fine. I think you got a hard road to hoe there, though, but I want to hear from them. All right, you're out of witnesses today then, sounds like?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to get them to have to tell us how much evidence they have, but I know we're going to do this proffer in the morning. I have had one witness that has literally driven from Wilmington, Delaware today to be here tomorrow. And then we have 2 witnesses, at least 2, if not more, who have been sitting around most of the day now. Can we get some idea if we need to have them here at 9:30 or if we need to have them here at 1:30 or on a 30-minute call? I just hate to continue to inconvenience.
I get it. How many do you intend to present in the morning outside the presence of the jury? Just those 2?
Just those 4, Judge.
4 of them. Okay. All right.
And we're happy to take rebuttal out of order. If they're here and want to testify, we're welcome to do that now, if that's what Your Honor would like to do.
I mean, what do you just want to know when you can
I
start
just want to know
rebuttal?
when to have them here, yes, sir.
All right.
Or again, if we can put them on 30-minute call, all of them live in and around this area. I know one had to take off half a day today of work, and then we don't need them, and so.
All right. tell them to be here at 9:30. You anticipate any in the morning? Anything with those folks being here at 8:30 in the morning, those four?
I don't want to make an assurance on the record, Judge, without speaking with them. We can try to get them here that
All right, I'm going to tell the jury to come back at 10 in the morning. Okay, surely we can get them up and out of here before 10. They coming from Houston County?
Yes, Judge.
All
I
right.
believe we can do that.
All right, we'll start at 8:30, and I'll tell the jury to be here at 10, so you're protected until at least 10.
Thank you, Judge. That helps, because one of our witnesses will be lengthier, so that'll give us an idea of when to have the other folks here.
All right, anything else we need to discuss today? I'd like to talk with y'all a little bit about the charge. I don't know if you've had a chance to even look at it, though. Long term, what I would like to do tomorrow is Wednesday. Y'all, I would love to start the morning, and it's not going to be tomorrow morning, with both arguments, okay? So let's just plan on, depending on how far we get tomorrow, adjourning it. May be early again, but I'd prefer to have not a hectic charge conference, and then start off with the arguments first thing in the morning, hear them both, hear the charge, and there we go, okay? Rather than breaking it up at starting at 3 or something like that, okay? Any objection to handling it that way?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ask the jury to join us. Yeah, we need the bus, thank you. Tell them to park it up on the outside. Huh? If you got something around your chair you need to go ahead and grab it, but I'm going to excuse you. Y'all fine right there, guys. Just stay right there. I'm about to excuse y'all for the day. So unless you've got something you need to get in your chair, there's no need to go to your chair. Just hang on right there. Thank y'all. All right. Always the same last two. Wait. There you are. All right. We're going to break for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Had a lot go on today, of course. And I'm going to meet with them outside your presence for a few minutes. We're going to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock, all right? So if you'll please be out there. What time y'all been getting there? 8:30? All right, 9:30 in the morning. And we got some stuff to do in the morning. So don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. If anybody tries to, please report it to us in the morning. Don't discuss even among yourselves. Your deliberation will commence as soon as you have heard all the evidence, all the arguments, and the law that I give you, okay? That probably will commence. That is, the closing statements of the attorneys. We're shooting for maybe first thing Thursday morning, okay? You'll have more evidence tomorrow, but I don't want to break that up. I'd like to start with the closing arguments and go straight through rather than having to have one side argue, go home for the night, come back, okay? So, see y'all in the morning at 10. If you'll be out at the meeting point at 9:30. Get whatever you have. Don't forget anything you may have left around your chair. Let's everybody remain in place while the jury leaves the courthouse, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the time it may take you to put up your rebuttal witnesses. I don't care how many there are, but the time. No, that's all. Go ahead.
I expect only one of them would be lengthier. I
minutes at the most, including cross. So